We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're here to do HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. Today is Wednesday, and we're going to be covering the following topics. If you ever wonder where we get our topics from, we've got a schedule that we keep over at the Reddit over here. So we're present on Reddit. We also have a Discord if you're interested in that. And today we're going to be doing these 4 topics. So the first one is going to be a puzzle game. We're going to be doing this as a warm-up. It's called Order of the Sinking Star. It's the new game from Jonathan Blow, who's a very well-known puzzle game designer, and we're going to be checking out that and seeing if we can figure out how to solve these puzzles. The second topic we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing a room from TryHackMe. It's called Reversing Elf, and we're going to be getting our feet wet trying to figure out how to reverse engineer these binaries in this particular room, and that's going to be the second topic of today's stream. In the third topic, we're going to be covering HackerFrogs AfterSchool Reverse Engineering Session 2. So the reverse engineering course is not very well defined, but what we're going to do is we're going to be writing our own C binaries. We're going to be compiling them, and then we're going to be reverse engineering them to see what they look like after they've been compiled with our debugging software. So that's going to be the third topic of today's stream. In the fourth topic, which is going to take about 3 hours or so, we're going to be doing Hackropole Reversing Challenges. So we're going to be delving further into some reverse engineering challenges, and we might get stuck. We might need to learn some new skills to do these challenges, but that's the exciting thing. We don't know what we're going to get. But without further ado, let's go ahead and start into our first topic, which is our puzzle game warm-up. Red Sly Fox, hello, nice to see you here. And I also saw Taco Mando and Mr. Repro and Nullsec. Thank you very much for coming by nice and early. All right, let's go ahead and put 60 minutes on the clock and we'll get into our game. Let me put it on the screen. And I need to attach it to, I need to make sure everybody can see it. Okay, you should be able to see it now. Let me see if I can resize this thing. Okay, it's a little bit stretched out, but this is what we got. Alright, so let's go ahead and start the game. While we're doing the game, I'm perfectly okay with everybody doing talking about cybersecurity stuff. I'm happy to give advice and answer questions during this warm-up portion. So, what did we discover? I've been getting lots of ads on different streams lately. Ads on different streams. Okay, so you should be able to hear the game capture. A bunch of clanking sounds. So in this game, what we need to do is we need to collect a bunch of these gems. So the gems all... It's good? Okay, great. Thank you very much for letting me know, Nullsec. So these gems all power different beams, and I think I need to refresh my memory on what these beams do. Okay, so these let me... This one lets me go through walls. But I can't move into solid walls. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get out. So this powers this one. I think what we need to do is we need to figure out... So the whole goal of the game is to get access to more gems by powering up these beams. So for example, this beam lets us move through the walls. So this red beam deactivates these barriers over here. Oh, and this kind of, I don't even know what orange beam lets me teleport. Oh, nice. Okay. And now we can... Maybe we can destroy this robot, too. Nice. Okay, now we can get the gem. So that's an extra gem in our pocket. What is this power? I can't tell. So we need 2 gems to power this one. Sir Cats, hello, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day. So this gets stuck now. This lets us move through the wall. But after we exit... Okay, what is this game? This game is called Order of the Sinking Star. You can see the name of the game at the on the overlay on the upper left. The demo is out for free right now, so if you wanted to check it out, you can. Okay, so it looks like I need to power on the yellow beam down there. So this one. Well, let's hope that powers on the yellow beam. Nope, doesn't look like it worked. So how do we power on this yellow beam? Are we supposed to use the one up there? This one? Okay, yeah, okay. So now that we've powered that on, we should be able to get access to that extra gem. Over here, and we should be able to crush this robot. There we go. Pick this up. So how many gems do we need to finish this level? I'm gonna go back. So over here we can descend down. And it looks like we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We need 12 gems to activate this beam here. And there was another one as well. This one needs even more. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 times 2, that's 12. And then 4 times 2 is 8. So it's we need 20 gems to power this one. But we need 12 for the first one up
Return
there.
with the gems. Gems bring life.
What? Who said that? I'm letting the depths get to me.
Okay, so I'm just gonna collect all these gems. Oh, there's one over here. But I can't escape after we get in here. So you need to back up. Let's see. There's got to be some other beam that points upwards. Maybe like a green one? So this may move through the walls. Uh-oh. So I can pick up this one. Oh. There's another beam over here that we need to... There's another gem over here we need to collect. How do we activate this one? So this activates... We need to activate the yellow one. So I saw a yellow one down there. Move through here. So the red one specifically turns off barriers. What does this one activate? Don't think we need these anymore, so we'll just pick them up for now. It's really interesting how all of these beam generators interact with each other. I think I can activate this one. So what does this one do? Oh. Nice. Okay, we're able to destroy the barrier. Now can we collect the gem? Okay, great. I can never keep track of how many gems we have total, though. It's hard to tell. Now let's try moving in here. I'm pretty sure that the stage wraps around. I don't think we need this one anymore. So let's count these. Let me pick up that gem. So there are two more gems. There are 3 more gems that I see. Like 2 of them we haven't. We need to figure out how to collect them. Like this one over here. Then there's this one that's below the green generator. So we need to be on a lookout for how to... Okay, so the blue beam over here makes us strong. And if we're strong, we can push objects. Let's experiment a little bit more with these. Nope. So this beam down here also makes us strong. Okay, is this a reverse engineering game? Les J, hello, nice to see you here. This is, I mean, this is a puzzle game. We're going to be moving on to the reverse engineering part of today's stream in about 45 minutes. This is the warm-up part of the live stream. So this is the barrier deactivation. And this is the tunneling beam. But Les J, yeah, if you want to check out the reverse engineering stuff, we're going to be starting that in about 45 minutes. But if you want to hang out and while we play this puzzle game here, you're free to do that too. The name of the game is called Order of the Sinking Stars. It's a very interesting game. So let's count up the number of gems we have. So that's 5, 6, 'Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. This also lets us tunnel through. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch, Les J. Thank you. Much appreciated. This lets us teleport. Okay, can't teleport into solid matter. So what we want to do is we want to find some way to collect these gems. The one below the green generator, and the one below the green generator, and the one to the right of the green generator. We just need to figure out where the other beam generators are that would let us get access to them. We can't push this one. There's got to be something I'm missing. Let's take a look at the map. Oh, hold on. Was it this button? One of these buttons activates the map. Was it this? Excel, hello, nice to see you here. So that resets. Can't teleport into solid matter. Oh, there's something up there that I haven't explored yet. Okay. Oh, I can't I can't go up there for some reason. All right. So we've already destroyed the barriers down here. Don't think we need this one. Yeah. I'm going to try to see if I can get access to some extra areas, because it doesn't seem like what we have, what we can access right now is really getting us anywhere. So if we're just going down this way, it's all kind of a dead end. We'll try going up now. So if we go up, we come across this teleporter beam here. And then this is the area where we can go downwards. So after we teleport here, there's also this area. All right, we'll try to see if we can go further left? No, further right. Maybe by going the opposite way. Okay. So at this point, I think we've explored everything we can. So I'm just going to gather up all these gems and then see if we can try going down to the bottom. grab this one. Grab this one. Ghost Trace, hello, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good time. So these are all of our gems, but we only have 10. So we definitely do need to get the extra 2 to keep on going. But how do we get access to those? Yeah, so there's one. Let's just pick that up. So the ones that we need are these 2. I guess we can just try activating everything around them. And maybe some combination will let us through. Okay, what game are you playing? This game is called Order of the Sinking Star. You can see the name of the game at the upper left of the overlay. It's a very cool puzzle game, and the demo is out for free right now, if you wanted to check it out. Uh-oh. Randolph says, "You're on today? Got to get home and take a little bit of today's show. No worries, Randolph. We'll be here for the next 5 hours or 6 hours or so. Plenty of time." There's got to be something about the interaction between these beams that I'm not understanding. How long have you been in the cybersecurity world? Well, I mean, this is my 6th year in cybersecurity. And I don't mean working in cybersecurity, I mean like studying cybersecurity. So I started learning cybersecurity back in 2020. Okay, so this is the weak beam, which means that items... Oh, okay, I got stuck. This is the red beam, which destroys barriers. This is the teleportation beam. Okay, Randolph says, "I'm needing to reboot my router at home. Maybe that was the hitch in my stream." Oh, yeah, I remember you saying that there was a flickering or something going on. Now, why is there a strength beam right there? What is this power? So there's the weakness beam. So if we step in here, we can move through the walls. It looks like if we push on the generator, something interesting happens. Not too many generators that we can get access to like that, though. Ghost Ray says, I've been into it since I was like 13. I am about to be 20, so whatever year that was. So 7 years ago? 7 years ago was like 2019. So you've been studying, well, you've been into cybersecurity for quite a while too then. So this pushes me, okay. Do you have a work email where I can contact you? Yeah, I mean, you can contact me on the Discord. Or on the Reddit. Here, I'll give you the link for the Discord and the Reddit. There you go. Still trying to figure out the last 2 gems. Which are these ones over here. Okay, Ghost Race asks, are you open to partnering with the cybersecurity company? Partnering with the cybersecurity company? I mean, if they wanted to sponsor me, to talk about one of their products, or yeah, talk about one of their products or talk about their platform or something, or maybe do a demonstration, I'd be happy to do that. Depends on what kind of partnership we're talking about. This goes up to the teleportation place. I really wish there was like a hint mode or something. Because I've got no clue what I'm supposed to be doing from here. So this doesn't activate anything. I'm not stuck. So time to think of some other places we could teleport to. Just can't move through here. So this Huh. So it doesn't look like this activates anything. Okay, Ghost Ray says, can we send you a partnership package for you to go over when you're free? Yeah. So send me the message on over Discord or Reddit, and I'll take a look as soon as I can. Okay, I think I might want to try another puzzle. So we'll exit over to the overworld. And what do we got? We've only have one puzzle for this particular section, huh? We can't move on to other stuff? We've got a sense for... We need to solve that to get access to that thing, okay. This probably just goes out to the overworld. Yeah. Okay, a bunch of, I taught him everything he knows? Well, Can't move beyond here. Crossroads. So where should we... I guess what we can do is we can take a look at some of the other... This section of the map is locked. I guess we'll move back to the mirror aisles. Whoops, didn't want to do that. Okay, so here we can teleport. Two different places. Maybe over here. So were there any... There's one puzzle that we weren't able to do. Guess we need to go here first. And then... over here. I think this also leads to the overworld. Hold on. So there's this puzzle. Okay, sent the message via Discord. Best of luck with your game. Okay, no worries. Thank you very much, Ghost Trace. And if you want to take a if you want to hang out and take a look at reverse engineering stuff, we're going to be doing that in about 20 minutes. Hope you have a good day. So this leads out to the overworld. There are some mirrors. Looks like we can't get access to this. So there's an extra map over here. Oh, I remember now. So to get rid of these, we need to solve that puzzle. We can create some clones with the double mirrors. But we've solved these puzzles already. So the only thing we can do is we can come back to this place. Okay, so let's see. Ghost Ray says, we got other content creators to reach out to, but we pop in every now and then. No worries, no worries. Happy to hear it. Okay. Hey, Theo, what is up? What is up? Did you know that Theo also does cybersecurity content? Let's give Theo a shout out. Check out his channel. He usually streams on the weekends. Little game before the hacking? Yeah, we need to keep our problem-solving skills sharp. I'm trying to figure out how to get to the next puzzle. Okay, so we go here. I think there has to be a way for us to get to the screen to the left. What's up with these targets on the ground? This doesn't help. This drowns us. Can't have that happen. So the mirror only takes us to certain spots. I remember we got stuck somewhere, but I can't figure out how to get back to where we were. Was it somewhere over here? Now if we could figure out how to get over to the other side there. But there's no mirror to interact with. Okay, so maybe what we need to do is we need to go back to another puzzle. So we didn't finish these puzzles either. The ones up here. So this was the initial world, where we've got a bunch of traditional, like, block pushing puzzles. Ooh. We can't... Okay, so this is one of those monsters over here. The monsters, we can't... For this monster, we can't move into its column or row, otherwise it breathes fire on us and we die, which is not a good result. Oh wait. So we want to move this block out safely. So I can move it over here, and then... we need to make sure that we don't... that we don't move next to any of these goblin monsters over here, otherwise they'll hit us and kill us. So maybe move it over here. And then down. Now we can block the path of this dragon guy and then solve one of these puzzles. Well, we'll see.
Observe, Ratley, how the complexities of this mechanism slow them. While we bait the final trap, let us be off.
You!
Okay, so we've got access to 3 characters. And we can switch between them. So the thief, the wizard, and this... I'm not too sure what we're supposed to name this person. This is the person that keeps us safe from attacks. Oh, we've got... Yeah, there's a monster. So this person can't push. Okay, the wizard can swap places. So we'll move the wizard over here, and then we'll move this person over here. Huh. Maybe what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to move onto these pressure plates. Okay, let's reset the puzzle. Okay, and then switch spots. And then she goes here, and then he goes here. Okay. So from here we need to figure out how to get our one character out without getting smashed by the monsters. Okay, that kills off our guy. That's not what we want. Maybe we can have... So the wizard can swap places with this guy. Does that help us any? Yeah, so we need to figure out how to move the thief out there, out of the corner here. Switch spots. What's the best way to do this? So we can move the wizard over here. Maybe have the wizard switch spots with this guy. Yeah, I'm kind of drawing a blank. Maybe what we need to do is we need to find a way to just move the monsters out. Maybe... There's only so many moves we can make. Okay, so the problem here is that the moment this character moves off, the barriers reactivate and it kills this guy. Oh, okay. So she can move over here, and that keeps her safe. So we need to do this like 3 times?
These goblins are surly. How's he getting them into all the right places?
I've heard tell of those who can charm monsters and men.
Perhaps he has employed such a one.
Or perhaps he has absorbed that power, as he has with that crystallization.
Wouldn't you like to know?
You!
See you soon.
Okay, move her out. And then we need to move the stone into the next position. Switch like this. Actually, we need to move the stone into the last position. Over here. Like this. Move her here, and then move the wizard into this block. And then we can move her past. Okay, and then we need to do it one more time. Oops. She moves here, and then the wizard moves here. Okay, and then the thief can get to the exit over here. Okay, and that's one puzzle down. It looks like we need to do one more. How do we reset the... Okay, so reset the crystal. We'll do the same thing we did before. We'll move it out. Then up here, then down here. Then block this path. Okay, and then we can access the next puzzle.
A guardsman told me they all saw incredible smoke coming from the mountains last week.
There was a fire in the Goblin Caves. A huge accident? Or maybe someone smoked them out. Intentionally.
Then how'd the dragons get here? They don't mind smoke.
Maybe the dragons made the smoke.
So we need to get all 3 of our characters down to the green pressure plates. So the wizard can switch places. But then she doesn't have a way to get out. Let's back up. We'll put this person here, and then the wizard can move here. Then swap. She goes down. This doesn't help us very much. Or does it? Okay, so he's out. So the goblin's out now. Then we can't do that. Okay, let's reset. We've got about 5 minutes to solve this puzzle. The first thing we need to do is we need to get these two, so the yellow character and the wizard out. Let's reset one more time. Swap these two, and then swap. Then swap this one. Yeah, okay, I can't move there. So now he can stand here without getting killed. But he can't swap positions with the goblin without getting killed himself. And this doesn't really help us very much. I mean, we can swap like that. Swap like this. Then move down. So this doesn't work. Swap. Move up. Move her here. Swap. Yeah. This is a tough one. swap. Swap here. So this person's stuck. She can't get killed by the monsters, but she can't move. She can't move them either. I really wish there was a hint system in this game. Not something that, you know, completely tells you what to do, but, you know, something that nudges you along. Okay. Where do we want to move these goblins, though? So ideally, we'd want to move the goblins into the corners over here. So that we can actually let the other characters out. Okay, so I guess we'll come back to this some other time. Let's go ahead and close out the game. Thank you very much for keeping me company while I play these puzzle games. Let's go ahead and get into the reverse engineering now. Okay, so we'll put 60 minutes on the clock again, and we'll switch into our second topic. So topic 1 is finished, topic 2 is here, and topic 3 is on deck. So while we do these challenges, I'm going to put on a little bit of music. If you ever find that the music is a little bit too loud, let me know, and I'll try to adjust the volume. That's a bit loud. Okay, and what are we doing now? So we're doing a demo for TryHackMe Reversing Elf. So we're going to be over here, and this is one of those free rooms on TryHackMe. So if you have an account over at TryHackMe, you don't need to have a paid subscription to do this one. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be trying to do some reverse engineering on a bunch of different binaries. So let me reset my progress on the room. We're going to be talking about our workflow as far as reverse engineering is concerned on these different binaries. So after you've joined the room, there's a bunch of different binaries you can download, and what you need to do is you need to get the flag from each one of these. So this is task number 1. Crack me 1. Let's start with the basic warm-up. Can you run the binary? So for each one of these challenges, they've got binary we need to download and examine using reverse engineering. So we will download the first one. Okay, crack me 1. So we'll make a directory for this. CrackMe's, we'll just call them CrackMe's. Okay, and then we'll move the file over. So we're going to move from our downloads folder to our current directory. So for each one of these binaries, we're actually not going to be able to do debugging on them unless we actually make them executable. Well, we can do an amount of reverse engineering on them without doing dynamic reverse engineering or dynamic analysis. So for example, if you just run strings, which is one of the basic things you do on each one of these reverse engineering challenges, you can see if there's any sensitive data inside the strings. So the strings are basically pulling out the human-readable portions of the binary, which can include some sensitive data. So it doesn't look like we got a flag necessarily out of this. So we might want to try some other stuff. So for example, we might want to take a look inside of the binary using debugger, so like Radare 2, and then take a look at, well, we can't actually open this up with Radare 2 because it's not executable. We need to make it executable. So chmod plus x to make it executable, and then we'll try Radare 2. Okay, so after we get into the program, so this is the Radare 2 interface, we can analyze the binary using AAA or quadruple A. It's going to do a bunch of analysis tasks, and then we can take a look at the functions. So AFL in Radare 2 stands for All Functions List. Sometimes there's just a lot of different functions, so we might want to pipe this into head. So we got puts, we've got memset, and then we've got our main function. I don't see a main function. Let's try piping it into less instead. Usually, each one of these binaries is going to have a main function, which is executed by default, and it looks like it's over here. So the next thing we can do is we can try disassembling the assembly instructions at the main function. So pdf, print disassembly function at main, and this will let us take a look at what's going on here. So it looks like it's loading a bunch of different characters into different memory locations. This doesn't necessarily look like a flag because these characters don't look like something in the flag format. Okay. So another thing we could do is we could just try running the binary to see what happens. So /crackme1. That's all it took, huh? Alright. So flag, not that kind of elf. Not that kind of elf. So okay, let's take a closer look at what the binary is doing over here. So I suspect there was some sort of call to print out a message. So call memset and puts. Call puts over here. So the thing we have to understand about the puts function inside of C that they're using here is that the string that you want to print out has to be loaded into a specific binary. So var, it looks like var90 is what we're looking at. So var90 gets loaded into RAX, and it's used as one of the arguments for the puts call. So what we can do is we can set a breakpoint for right before the call happens over here. So in Radare 2, we would do db for set breakpoint on this instruction right here. Then we run dc to run the program until the breakpoint. So after we hit the breakpoint, we can observe the value of RAX, which is the register where the string was loaded into, from var90h. The other thing we could do is we could take a look at the contents of var90h as well. So AFV is all functions, all something variables. So it basically outputs the variable locations. So we're looking for var90h, which is over here. So var90h is located at RBP, the base pointer, minus 90 hex. We can actually take a look at the contents of that location by doing px. And we see the flag is in here. So flag, not that kind of elf. Very nice. The other thing we could do is we could take a look at the memory registers. So what was... Hold on. It's been a while since I've used Radare. Radare to show registers. The dr command. Okay, so dr is going to show us the registers. So these are the contents of the memory registers. So RAX, well, I mean, RAX, even though it's been loaded into RAX, it doesn't really... Okay. So we just need to print the hexadecimal at RAX, and this is the data that's loaded in there. So flag, not that kind of elf. So we can safely extract the flag and then print it out. So the other thing we could do is just try to understand what the binary was doing. So we'll take a look at the main function again. So we need to pay attention to var90h. And I wonder if this is loading in like the flag like one character at a time, or if it's loading it in another way. So we can take a look at the symbols. We have our comments, we've got our data, RO data. So the RO data is the read-only data for the binary, and we might be able to see the flag in there. So here's the memory address, and then we can take a look at it with the px command, print hexadecimal. No, it's not in there. Another thing we could do is we could take a look at the different sections of the binary. So the RO data or the data section using the object dump command. So we could do object dump on CrackMe1. I think it's get a specific section, so .data. So .data has this, RO data has this, and the text section has a lot of different stuff. Okay, so let's finish this off by just submitting the flag here. Okay, so CrackMe1, this is the flag. And we can move on to CrackMe number 2. So there's like 8 of these CrackMes in all. And what we're going to do is we're just going to record how we solved each one of these, because I need to document my stuff, right? Okay, so this is the reversing elf room. And I'm going to record a number of different things for my walkthrough. Okay, you just run it and gives you the flag. That's lame. Well, I mean, you can learn like a couple of different things from this binary, even though it is kind of lame because it just prints out the flag. You can figure out how it loads in the flag. You can figure out how to access the the flag string that's printed out before it actually prints out. So I'm going to record the URL for this challenge, the concepts we need to understand, and the method of solving the challenge. So there are like 8 different binaries in here. So I'm just going to keep track of how to solve each one of these. Okay, so the concepts we need to understand are reverse engineering concepts like strings, and we'll just keep track of these. To Facho, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay. So CrackMe 1. So all you need to do is run the binary, and it gives you the flag. Okay, and then we'll move on to CrackMe 2. Download the task. What is the super secret password and what is the flag? We need to answer these 2 questions. So let's just delete CrackMe 1 because we're done with that. We'll move over the next CrackMe. Okay, and just to make it so that we don't forget, we'll make it executable. So we'll start by examining the binary in a little bit of detail first. So it's like, so we can run the raw bin tool to take a look. Whoops, we need to run it with the file name. Okay, so this gives us a bunch of information about the binary. For example, the architecture is x86. It is a 32-bit binary, and it is little endian byte order. So the other things we don't really need to pay attention to a lot of the memory protection stuff, because that's more of something that you'd pay attention to if you're doing like binary exploitation. So we can also run strings on CrackMe 2 to figure out if there's anything super special in the strings over here. Super secret password? I mean, could this actually be the super secret password we're looking for? Sebi, hello, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day. Okay, let's just copy this, super secret password. And then we'll try running the binary to see if that's the actual password. Usage CrackMe 2 password. Okay, so run CrackMe 2 with super secret password. Access granted. Sebi asks, what are we learning today? We're learning about reverse engineering. So this is a nice and, well, I mean, at least the first couple of challenges are pretty easy for reverse engineering. But we're going to be doing a lot of reverse engineering today. Okay, so flag, if I submit this flag, I will get points. Sure. So the other thing we could do is we could take a look at the instructions in the binary, but we'll just record the steps to do this thing first. So we need to get the super secret password, which we can find in the strings. So we just have to run strings on CrackMe 2. Okay, then run the binary with the password as the argument. Okay, so it's going to be like CrackMe 2 with super secret password. Okay, but I mean, we don't necessarily need to, leave it there. We could use object dump to take a look at different sections of the assembly before it was compiled. So we could take a look at data. We could take a look at RO data, read-only data. And that actually might contain the super secret password. Yeah, so usage, something password, and then we actually have the super secret password in the RO data, so the read-only data, and that's where it's loaded in from. So if we were to take a look at this in our debugging program, so we would analyze it, and then we would take a look at the symbols. So IS, and then take a look at the RO data section, which is loaded in over here. And then we do print hexadecimal at this memory address, and we see this is where the super secret password is. So the other thing we could do is we could take a look at the instructions in the main function. So PDF at main. Okay, so this right here is where the binary makes the decision whether or not it's going to tell us how the binary is used. So usage, string password, string password. So this is basically telling us that we need to give the command with an argument. And this basically dumps us out of the program. But if we use the program properly, then they do a comparison with the super secret password. They actually load in super secret password right here. So if we didn't see it in other sections, we would see it loaded in the main function here. So string super secret password is pushed onto the stack, and then it's probably loaded in. Where's the compare? So there's probably going to be a comparison function. Test EAX right here. Oh, no. This is what does the comparison function. String compare. Okay, so if we know that this function is being used to compare the password, we can actually figure out what's being compared against by taking a look at different locations right when this happens. So if we know that this is where the comparison happens, this memory address, we can set a breakpoint there. So db at this point, and then run dc to run the program with some sort of test argument here. So CrackMe 2 pass. Oh, okay. For some reason, I wasn't able to run this with an argument. Hold on. Let me look it up. Radare 2 run DC with argument. Okay, to run a program with arguments in Radare 2 before using the continue command, use OOD to re-in the argument. Oh, okay. We need to pass it in with the OOD command. So, I mean, we could also take a look at the binary using another decompiler. So, sorry, another debugger like GNU Debugger, DBG. But I prefer to use Radare 2 because I also use Radare 2 when I teach binary exploitation. So this is why we're trying to get used to using Radare 2 beforehand. So OOD test. Okay, and then run. And it looks like it crashed, or it's not responding. Okay, let's I guess we need to get out of here. So what was the super secret password? We'll move on to the next TryHackMe. So here's the flag. We'll submit this and get our points. Then we'll move on to TryHackMe number 3. Okay, we'll do our write-up for this particular CrackMe. Okay, we did this, and then we'll move on to CrackMe number 3. CrackMe 3. We'll download the CrackMe here. And then we'll move it into our directory. Let's remove the previous CrackMe. Then move the other CrackMe here, make it executable. So this still isn't coming back to us. We're gonna have to terminate this this tab. And let's rename the tab. Okay, so we've got our CrackMe 3, and first of all, we'll take a look at the strings. It's good to build like a workflow when you're doing reverse engineering tasks. So you do step 1, then step 2, then step 3. It might be good to compile like a checklist of things that you do to the binary first. So for example, you might want to take a look at the strings. Correct password, malloc failed, usage. Okay, so we're submitting an argument as the password again. And we've got some extra hidden information in here. So what I suspect is that this is doing base64 encryption, or base64 encoding, sorry. Because we see this string over here, and this looks like it might be base64 encoded, especially due to the equal signs at the end of the string. So if we copy this, we also see the base64 character set in the strings here. So all of the uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, plus the plus symbol and the slash symbol. So this is the base64 character set. So we can echo out whatever string was right there and pipe it into base64 decode. This is probably the password we're looking for. For your second lesson, unbase64 all the things. Sure. Okay, so let's submit this. Well, let's just use this with the argument. So CrackMe 3. It says correct password. So this is actually the flag. We just need to wrap it up in the TryHackMe flag wrapper. So it'd be like THM, capital THM, and then paste in like this. Let's give it a try. Okay, that's what we're looking for. So for this one, when we look at the strings for this binary, we make some observations. So the first observation we make is that there is what we suspect to be a base64 encoded string in the among the strings. Okay, the second thing that we observe is that the base64 character set is one of the strings. So the base64 character set is this one over here. We'll just put it between some so this one right here. Okay, so what we can do we take the base 64 encoded string. Sick in the mind, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Hope you're having a good day. We're doing a bunch of reverse engineering stuff today. How often do you encounter reverse engineering in your line of work, Sick in the mind? Well, we're not talking about code analysis. How often are you like pulling apart binaries and opening up like Ghidra and Radare and DBG? I'm guessing it's not very often. Okay, in AppSec we have access to the source code. Yeah. So when you're doing work for clients, the clients usually provide the source code for whatever application you're going to be testing. It's what's called like white box testing, as opposed to like most of these CTF challenges, which is more like black box. Nullsec says that's cheating. Well, I mean, that's the industry. The industry is cheating, and hacking is cheating essentially. So it kind of makes sense. Okay, let's see. Sick of the Mind says, I'm not doing consulting at the moment. It's all corporate pen testing. I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of fun stories from your corporate pen testing job. BossGan says, do you work currently in the tech field? How do you study hacking content? Do you study hacking content for any specific purpose? More fun stories from consulting, I bet. So, BossGans, yeah, I mean, I've got a resume. I wasn't working in the cybersecurity industry for very long. But what I do is I teach cybersecurity fundamentals for people who want to get into cybersecurity. And that's what I'm doing with these live streams. So we take the base64 encoded string and decode it. We use it with the binary to get the flag. So the command looks like this. Okay, and we can move on to CrackMe number 4. Okay, so I had to teach someone web app pen testing methodology. She started right as we started pen testing. Interesting. Well, I mean, an adult web app is kind of like a regular web app. It's just that the contents of the web pages are different, are maybe spicier than usual, huh? Boscan says, "Do you have any? I already have experience like a teacher. I mean, I did teaching overseas for a few years, not as a licensed teacher, but as part of like a government program. So the South Korean government program and the Japanese government program. So you could tell how weird that was. Well, I mean, I'm sure when you were loading up the stuff for testing, I guess that would be it'd be a lot easier to just load up the stuff in Burp Suite, because Burp Suite doesn't usually render the web pages. We were debating on getting a Pi-hole VM to try and intercept the images. Okay. I mean, the other thing is, these adult websites, how seriously do they take their web app security stuff? Just didn't have the time. Okay, so CrackMe number 4. Let's go ahead and take a look. So we're not going to take a long time to take a look at each one of these CrackMes very, very closely, unless we have to, because we've got 8 of them to move through. Okay, let's download the next CrackMe. We'll remove the previous CrackMe and then copy the next CrackMe into this directory. Make it executable. And then we will, first of all, we can confirm that we're dealing with a specific type of binary here. So it's an ELF 64-bit binary, x86-64. So sometimes it's really important. The detail of whether or not the binary is 64-bit or 32-bit is very, very important, because it might come into play sometimes. Cypher asks, do you speak Korean? I can speak a little bit of Korean. It's been like over a decade since I've been there, so my my language skill is probably very, very, very far gone. I can still read it though. Reading Korean is actually not super difficult to do because the alphabet is pretty intuitive. Second Mind says, I can say hello because I know a fellow Korean chef influencer. Korean chef influencer? That sounds pretty cool. Okay, so like the previous CrackMes, we'll take a look at the strings. Most of the time for these reverse engineering challenges, it's not really as easy as just looking at the strings of the challenge. So this time the string is hidden and we use string compare. So this is password string not okay, password okay, usage password. So apparently for this binary, like the previous ones, we need to give the password as an argument. So password test not okay. Oh, I follow a Korean chef influencer. Yeah, okay. And what kind of fun stuff does a Korean chef influencer do for their channel? Is it teaching people how to cook Korean food? All right, so here we absolutely have to take a look at, well, maybe not absolutely have to. First of all, we can still use object dump to look at the different portions of the CrackMe. So for example, the data section or the RO data section. So this time the string is hidden and we use string compare. Cooking Korean food, I mean that makes sense. Alright, so let's dive into the binary with Radare 2. Okay, there's some pretty good Korean food chef competitions on Netflix. So Second Mind says, I'm a foodie. I like to be accurate with the recipes and culture. Oh, have you been cooking Korean food? Well, I mean, I find myself missing Korean food a lot when after I came back home from Korea. While I was in Korea, there was nothing but Korean food, so I was always looking for other types of food. Okay, so analyze the binary. Yep, kimchi is your staple in Korean food, of course. Alright, so after we analyze the binary, we can take a look at the main function. So print disassembly function at main. Okay, this time the string is hidden and we use string compare. So okay. They've got a specialized function that is comparing the password over here. So we can actually take a look at the contents of this function as well. KBBQ, I love KBBQ. Bosscan says, I'm crazy to try Korean food with pasta and a different black sauce. I mean, food is what you make it. Sebi asks, when will be the binary exploitation course? I mean, I'd like to teach a proper binary exploitation course. The first thing I need to do is I need to come up with a bunch of I need to curate a bunch of challenges that we could use to do that. I wouldn't call myself an expert in binary exploitation myself. I need to teach myself the skills before I can teach myself the skills before I can teach other people the skills. Okay, the key of teaching a course is curation. Yeah, for sure. Alright, so we can also take a look at this other function here, sim compare password. So pdf at sim.compare password. Okay. Because this is... interesting. So a bunch of characters are being moved into a specific location. In this case, it's RAX. And I guess what we're doing is we're doing a comparison with the argument 1, which is what we submit to the binary when we run it. So let's see. Oh, they also run another. They run another function called sim_get_password. Sim_get_password. Okay. So we can take a look at that function as well. So we can PDF at sim_get_password. So I think so a cheat code that kind of cheat that you could say is basically figuring out where the comparison function is run, and then right at that comparison function, take a look at the contents of a certain memory locations. They might have the password loaded in. So what were we looking at? We're looking at compare password over here. And they run string compare at this point to figure out whether or not the password is correct. And it's probably located inside of RDI and RAX. So this is where the comparison is done. We'll copy the memory location where this happens, or sorry, the memory address where this instruction runs, and then we'll set a breakpoint. Okay, we will reset the binary and give this is a test password, and then we'll run the binary. We hit the breakpoint, and because this is right before we do the string comparison, we can take a look at the memory contents of the RDI at the RDI memory location, the register, as well as RDAX. Study bloggers, hello, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day. So we'll take a look at PX at RAX. Okay, my more secure password. So this is the password we're looking for. And it should also be loaded in an RDI. So we'll take a look at there too. Yeah, same thing, same thing. So this is the password. Okay, Steady Blogger says, I need some help. Recently my school came up with some unique login Wi-Fi system. Which what? I'm not too sure what that word is supposed to be, Steady Bloggers. Okay, so we'll just run CrackMe with the password that we found. Where was it? This thing. Through Radare 2. Oh Harsh, hello, nice to see you here. How are you doing? Okay, so it just says it just says password okay, so we assume that this is the flag. So we'll copy this, we'll go back to TryHackMe. Okay, and let's do the write-up portion for this one. This one was a little bit more complicated. Study Blogger says, inspected the code, I found out that the address of where the user ID and password are stored, but I am unable to access the domain. You know what you're describing is illegal. You're not supposed to be accessing your school's, web pages, and you're not supposed to pen test your school web app, you're not supposed to do that. Okay, so this CrackMe is using string compare. The string compare function to validate the password. Straight to jail? I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody, but don't tell me that you're trying to crack your school website, because I can't ethically tell you, I can't ethically tell you that's okay. Okay, so the CrackMe is using string compare function to validate the password. The password is not in the strings for the binary. So what we need to do is we need to set a breakpoint for right before the password is compared in the binary. SysOS says we can tell you, but that's a legal minefield if not done correctly. I mean, I can't advocate for anybody. I can't advocate for anybody to do anything illegal on the stream, because that kind of goes against the TOS of Twitch. You're not supposed to be doing criminal acts on your live streams. And people might like report my channel to say that, I'm doing illegal hacking stuff on my channel, and then, that would be a big inconvenience. Okay, we set a breakpoint for right before the password is compared in the binary. Then look in the memory registries for the password value. Okay, so while we do this, we can give everybody the different commands we used. So Radari to debug CrackMe4. I guess we can also do CrackMe4 with test like this, and it'll take in the argument. Where do the commands come from that you used? Fameless, hello, nice to see you here. So we're currently using the Radari 2 debugger tool. Most of the time when people do like beginner level reverse engineering, they're using GNU debugger. But in my case, I'm using Radari 2 because we also use Radari 2 for another course that we're planning on teaching. Okay, so where was it over here? So we took a look at we did analysis on the binary, and then we take a look at the main function. So in the main function, we saw that there was another function that was being used called compare password. Okay, Cypher says, I found a way customers could log in as admin at a job, but only told them didn't do it without their consent. I mean, if you find some sort of security flaw in if you find some sort of security flaw in your work web app, like a work web app or like a school web app, the worst thing you could do is just not tell them. Well, sorry, that's not the worst thing you could do. The worst ethical thing you can do is just not tell them. The worst thing you can do is actually use the flaw to get like elevated access on the web app. And if you get caught, then you can get in really big trouble. The worst is telling criminals about it. Maybe that is the worst. Maybe the worst would be selling the information to people who might want to hack that website. What you should do is you should inform the security team or the people who maintain the app. That's the most ethical thing you can do. Okay, so I guess we can do like, what are comments? I guess we could use a comment here. We see there's another function being used to compare passwords. Okay, the conclusion is don't get caught. Legally, I'd say that the conclusion is be a responsible citizen, right? Okay, so compare password. We see that the password is being compared with a strcmp function. So we set a breakpoint there. So db, where was it at? This one. Okay, so set a breakpoint for the moment the comparison is made. And then look inside the registries. Or the registers. So px at, what is it, rax, like this. And that's it. String compare to characters. Yeah, it's a pretty common C function. So that was CrackMe number 4. We'll move on to CrackMe number 5. Okay. What will be the input of the file to get the output good game? Let's get out of here. But study bloggers, if you're still here, we're not judging you. We're not judging you. We're not saying that you're a bad person. What we are saying is that you probably shouldn't be poking around a lot at the school web app if you don't want to get in trouble. You can, if you wanted to, you could report what you found to the people who maintain the app. And that's probably the best thing you can do. Okay, so let's move the CrackMe over to the current directory. And then make it executable. Okay, so first thing we'll do as usual is we'll just take a look at the strings to make sure there isn't anything super... Okay, so we're using string compare again, but like the more secure version. We're also using scanf. Ah, okay. Enter your input. Good game, always dig deeper. So if we just run CrackMe 5, it'll ask us for user input. So test, and it says always dig deeper because this is the wrong password. So I guess the next thing we can do is we can use object dump to try to see if we can find some hidden information, the different parts of the pre-compiled binary. So enter your input, good game, always dig deeper. So these are, well, these are the strings that are loaded in by the binary. Don't get expelled. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so we'll just run Radare 2. And then we'll take a look at the main function. So we can actually locate where in the binary the system takes in your user input. So that the system takes in the user input right here. So the scanf function. And here they're doing string compare, and they're moving EAX into this this double. Is it a double word or a double byte? It's a memory location called dword var 54h. So what we can do, like the previous challenge, we can set a breakpoint for right before the comparison is made. So db at that point. Okay, Ohar says, brother starts a full reverse engineering course with Radar 2 and explain all the stuff used in reverse engineering for getting a noob to pro. I mean, I'd like to do that. I'd like to do that. It's just that I need to figure out how to teach this stuff properly. Okay, so set the breakpoint and then run the program. It's going to ask us for the input. We put in test, and then we hit the breakpoint. So after we hit the breakpoint, we can actually take a look at the variables. So we're going to take a look at var 54h. So to do that, we need to look up where var 54h is. So all AFV for list variables. This one was called 54h. Here it is. So it's located at RBP minus hex 54. We px at that location, and it looks like it looks like our user input is in there. Sorry, let's take a let's take a closer look. So 54h is loaded in. I guess this is the other thing we need to take a look at. Maybe we need to look at some other so string compare. Let me look up something first. So this is the string compare function. Assembly, memory, register. Because the string compare function uses specific memory registers. Oh, Harsh? Yeah. Love from India, no worries. Namaste. Okay, the string compare function compares two strings using specific registers. So which registers does it use? So RDI and RSI. So I guess we need to take a look at RDI and RSI. So we will print hexadecimal at RDI, and we'll take a look at RSI. So RSI has the thing that we're comparing against. It's pretty long. I mean, it looks like a bunch of gibberish. Okay, so we'll try this as the password over here. Okay, that was the correct one. Sirius Saya, hello, nice to see you here. You should start a course. I mean, I need to take the time to write the course. I need to take the time to write the course. If we're talking about like reverse engineering or binary exploitation, I would love to. But this kind of stuff takes time. Okay, so RDI and RSI. This, I mean, I'm also just like looking up stuff that I need to do to, you know, solve these challenges in real time over here. I need to practice more. So they're looking for this as the flag. Why didn't we use OOD on this one? So the reason why we didn't use OOD on this one was because the password was passed in as user input, not as an argument. So we used OOD if we want to pass in an argument. But in this case, we weren't using an argument to the binary to put in the password. We were just putting it in as user input during program execution. Okay, so we'll do the write-up for CrackMe 5, and then we'll move on to the next portion of today's stream. So in this binary, the string compare function is being used to validate the password. And also, the password is being passed into the program as user input. In Radari 2, we identify the point in program execution where the comparison is made. We set a breakpoint for that instruction, then examine the RDI and RSI memory registers to see what is being compared. Okay, and I guess we'll just list out the Radari 2 instructions. So we run Radari 2, and then we analyze the function. We take a look at the functions. We print disassembly at main, and then we set the breakpoint. We see the comparison operation. With the call to, what is it called? To system input puts. No, not this one. sim.stringCompare. Okay, and then run the binary and supply a test password. Okay, and then Oh, no. Before we run the binary and supply a test password, we have to set the breakpoint. So db... What was it? This one. Set a breakpoint for the string compare function call. Run the binary and supply a test password. The test password. Okay, and then I think it was the RSI contains the string that is being compared against. So it's px at RSI. This register contains the string to compare against. Okay, I guess that's it. That's it for this one. Commit these changes. We might come back to this a little bit later if we've got some time, because we've got 3 more of these to do. 1, 2, 3. But before we do the next portion of today's stream, I need to take a little break for a little bio break. Well, a little what would you call it? A little stretching break. Stretching break. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. So I'll be a poop break. I don't know if I'm going to be calling it a poop break. But anyways, let's put on some birds, and we'll be back in about 3 minutes or so. Which one is a fun one to watch? How about this one? Bio break works? Yeah, I guess so. Human break. Anyways, we'll be back in about 3 minutes, but enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. This is one of my favorite game soundtracks. See y'all in a little bit. Okay, let's get back to what we were doing. So we're going to be doing a HackerFrogs AfterSchool segment. So I mean, what this is essentially, we're going to be playing around with taking a look at different binaries that we compile ourselves. So this isn't going to be super formal or anything, but we're going to be taking a look at some of these programs over here. So reverse engineering, simple C programs. So we've got a bunch of these programs that we're going to be compiling ourselves, and we're going to be reverse engineering them to see where the relevant instructions are. So if you want to take a look at the programs yourself, maybe copy the contents and do some compilation yourself, you can do so over from the GitHub pages. So the first program is this one over here. So we're just going to copy all the code, and then we're going to write these programs over here. Actually, let's do it from our temp directory. So the first one we're going to do, oh, we're not in the directory. We're going to do basically like a hello world program. So hello world.c. This is the file we're going to create, and then we're going to just write the simplest little C program. So if you're not really familiar with C, that's okay. Just copy and paste and then run the commands over here. So this is your most bare bones C program. So int main, so the main function is over here, and all it does is it prints out hello world, and then it ends, it finishes off. It has one more line than the simplest. maybe, yeah. But anyways, it's this'll do, or 2 to be the exact. Okay, so the main function just prints out a message and then it ends the program. So we can save this out, and then we can compile it using the command that we saw over here. So gcc hello.c to output hello. I mean, in this world in this case we called it hello world, so that's just something we need to adjust. So we'll output it to hello world. So now the program is compiled. So the hello world program is here, and when we run it, it just prints out hello world. So we can take a look at this in a couple of different ways. Well, I mean, if we were to treat it like the other binaries, if we run strings on this binary here, we see some of the stuff that is common to a lot of different programs that are compiled using C. And we also see the string that is being output over here. So hello world. The other thing about this is that we'll probably find it inside of the data section. Using GCC even? Yeah, using GCC even. So if we run object dump on this binary, so doing, what was it again? SJ, and looking at specific sections. So the .data section for hello world. Okay, and then we'll try taking a look at the read-only data. We see the hello world string is loaded into the RO data. So the other thing we could do is we could take a look at this. We could take a look at this binary using. Well, we'll try using GNU Debugger. So GDB on hello world. So GNU Debugger is actually much more common than Radare 2, which is the other debugging program that we use. So if we run this, then we can take a look at the contents of this. So we would do disassemble the main function. So this is the syntax for GDB. Okay, so what's going on here? Actually, you know what? The other thing we can do is we can switch over to the other assembly dialect. Is it called a dialect? There are two types of x86 assembly output. There's, let me talk about this. So x86 flavors. So the two flavors for x86, there's the AT&T syntax, and there's the Intel syntax. So the difference between these two is, well, I think what we're looking at right now is the AT&T syntax. And in the AT&T syntax, we see that every one of these memory registers is prepended by one of these percent signs. And the source and the operand, the source and the destination is also flipped around, which can be a little bit disorienting. So what we're going to do is we're going to do, what was it? Intel over AT&T. I mean, there's people have a lot of opinions. Hold on. Let me look this up. I don't use GDB very often. GDB change to Intel syntax. Okay, so set disassembly flavor. Set disassembly flavor Intel to set it to Intel versus AT&T. Okay, so after we do that, I find Intel easier to parse. Yeah, I think a lot of people find Intel easier to parse. So now that we've set it to Intel, we can take a look at the main function. It's a bit loud. Okay, so what happens here? So first of all, we make a call to this. So the puts is being called, we're loading the effective address of something over here, and then we're printing it out. So if we want to run the program, was it just like run hello world? Okay, it's making a call, and I think the call that's being made here is to the puts function. For some reason, it's not using printf, but it's using puts. Let's get out of here and let's try using Radare2 instead. Load string from RO data and run puts from libc. Okay, so we analyze the function, then we take a look at the main function in Radare2. Yeah, input puts. So this actually gives us some more information here. So what is being loaded into the RAX register here is the string hello world. So it's loaded into RAX because puts uses the RAX register as one of the arguments when it runs this function. So when this call is made, then it'll print out hello world to the screen, and then it'll exit. So the other thing that we should, it uses RDI. Oh, sorry. So we load, for some reason we're loading the string hello world into RAX, and then RAX is loaded into RDI over here. So one thing that we need to understand about reverse engineering is trying to identify these patterns, the patterns that the binaries are using when it does certain things. So after a while, you'll get a sense for what a program is doing based on what kind of registers it's using, what it's loading up, and of course what functions it's calling. So another thing that we need to pay attention to here is that in every function in a C compiled program, you're going to see a specific number of instructions that are run at the beginning of the function and then at the end of the function. So push RBP is basically the function prologue, so these two instructions here, and the function epilogue, which happens at the end of the function, are these two over here, so pop RBP and then ret. So I think I talk about it in so over here, so C to x86 assembly observations, so function prologue and epilogue and printf. When we create a program in C, if we examine it in the debugger, we see some common patterns in the x86 assembly instructions. So the hello world program is this one over here. So if we use Radare 2 to take a look at the instructions, we see something like this, right? So push RBP, move RSP into RBP, and then the rest of the instructions. So there's something called the function prologue and the function epilogue. It's basically returning information. Well, returning the address of where our execution was where it last took place. The first two instructions in any function in x86 assembly are going to save the calling function's frame to the memory stack. So this is the push RBP instruction. Then set up a new stack frame in its place, move RSP into RBP. So the registers involved in this case are the base pointer, which points to the bottom of the memory stack, and the stack pointer, which points to the top of the memory stack. To ensure that the contents of the stack are saved, this ensures that the contents of the stack are saved while the function runs. So the epilogue is the opposite. So the last two instructions in any function in x86 assembly are going to restore the contents of the stack to its pre-function state. So this is pop RBP, then return the program execution to the point after the function call, which is the ret instruction here. So this ensures that the contents of the stack are restored to the pre-function state when the function ends. So here we're going to be recognizing printf inputs. So in C compiled Linux binaries, the string to be printed must be loaded into the DI. So DI, it could be EDI, it could be RDI, but it's the destination index. This register, we put it in here before the puts function call. So this series of instructions prints out hello world. So load effective address, the string hello world into RAX, then the contents of RAX are moved into RDI, in this case because it's a 64-bit program. Then we do the function call sim.imp.puts. Okay, so that was hello world. I think I've got a couple more of these. So the next one is talking about variable initialization if conditionals. So what we're going to do is we're going to take another short C program over here, and then we're going to edit the file and compile it. We're going to call this ifleet.c. And we're going to take a look at this short program. So the short program here, it's basically a main function and an integer. So an integer x equals 1337, which is the special hacker number that everybody likes to use. And then we've got a little if conditional. So if x is equal to leet, then printf the x variable is leet. Else we printf the x variable is not leet. Okay, and then we return 0, which concludes the program, and that's it. So we'll save out the program, then we'll compile it. Okay. So try the difference between O and O3 with this code. It's informative. Is it? I'll take a look at that after we make our observations. So we got the if leet program here. dash capital O and O3. I didn't even know that was an option. Okay, so if we run if leet, it prints out this message over here. The X variable is leet, or 1337. They're optimization flags. Okay, so the other thing we can do is we can take a look at the strings for this binary, because we need to, well, this is a pretty standard thing we do. And we see the two strings. The two strings that are printed out are not printed out. So the X variable is leet, and the X variable is not leet. Okay. So the other thing we can do is we can take a look at what the binary looks like inside of a debugger. So we can redare 2 on if leet. We'll analyze the binary, and then we'll take a look at the main function over here. So print disassembly function at main. And we can see that there's variable execution in the program. So we see that there's a jump not equal. There's a jump not equal for some memory address over here. So this is where the comparison is being done. So it's comparing to see if the X variable is 1337, and I think 1337 is hexadecimal 059. Hold on, let's so hex 539 is 1337 in decimal. So this is what is being compared. Okay, so if it's not equal, if it is not equal, then we make a jump. We make a jump to this instruction here, and we load in the string. The variable is not leet, and then we print it out. But if this doesn't execute, so basically, if this does not execute, then it runs the other set of instructions. So the X variable is leet, and then it prints it out. And then from here, it jumps to the end of the program, down here. Okay, and let's talk about this. So another thing we need to keep in mind here is variable initialization. So the following code sets the local variable. So subtract this value, hex 10, so this is 16 from RSP, and move into this variable here, the value 1337. So we're storing this value by putting some space behind the stack pointer. So in this case, 16 bytes, and then we move this number into this special memory location. Okay, we set aside a space for local variables on the stack. In this case, it's 16 bytes. So the second instruction, hexadecimal this thing, moved into dword var 4h, creates a local variable dword, which is 2 bytes, with the value of hex 539 to the var 4h variable. So the other thing that we need to keep in mind here is we need to recognize our if conditional. So the following code will run one set of instructions or another depending on the results of the comparison instruction. So the compare instruction compares the contents of the var 4h variable with the value hex 539. If the comparison returns true, then the 0 flag, the ZF register, will be set to 1. So this is going to be true, otherwise it will be set to 0 false. So 0 flag, this is kind of this is kind of confusing because 0 flag, you assume that this would be, well, it's still going to be 1 or 0. The JNE instruction will execute if the comparison is not the same. But it's basically something else that we need to keep in mind, that when comparisons are being made, there are certain flags that are being set. In this case, the 0 flag. And depending on the state of the 0 flag in the next instruction, it's going to do one thing or another. Okay, so I think I've got one more of these. Yeah, I've got one more of these to talk about. So the next thing we're going to be talking about is taking user input and saving user input. So the program we're going to be creating in this case is going to be called userinput.c. It's a very simple program. And this is the code for it. If you want to take a look at the exact thing we're looking at right now, you can find it over here. So I'm going to copy the program code. And we're going to create the source code file. So userinput.c. Okay, so in this case, inside of the main function, we're going to save an array for the name that we're going to save. So name is going to have a limit of 100 bytes. So in this case, we're going to print a message, what is your name? And then we're going to take in user input using the scanf function here. And we're going to save it to name, limit input to 99 characters, and then it prints out, hello, nice to meet you, and it's going to insert your name into the string. And then the program is going to end, and that's it. So we'll save out the program, or the source code, and then we'll compile the program using GCC. Oh, I forgot to do what SysOS Master was talking about with the capital O. Let's do that after this lesson then. Okay, so we're gonna compile it to user input. So that's the name of the program. Okay, so if we just run the program, it asks what is your name, the Shy Hat, and then it prints out the message, hello the Shy Hat, nice to meet you, and then the program ends. So as usual, we can take a look at the strings for this program to see if what got included in the strings. So what is your name and hello, nice to meet you, these are all recorded in the binary itself. So if we take a look at what this program looks like inside of a debugger, and we take a look at the main function. Okay, we can see here a few different there's a couple of printf instructions here. So printf loads in the string that we're supposed to print out into RAX first, and then from RAX it's moved into the RDI, register, and then we put 0. I think 0 is for... I think 0 is just... It's one of the arguments for the printf function. We call the function, which prints out this message, and then we're going to record some user input. So let me take a look at the notes. So recognizing user input. So the code takes in user input and assigns it to a variable. So in this case, it's going to be loaded into... Hold on. The first instruction, load effective address var7h into RAX, loads the address of the var70h variable into the RAX register. The second instruction, move RSI RAX moves the var70h address into the RSI register from the RAX register. The scanf function requires the second argument to be loaded into RSI. Okay, so RSI is going to take in the user input. So the third instruction, load effective address string.99s into RAX, is going to load the address of the string variable into the RAX register. So the fourth instruction, move RDI RAX, moves the string 99s variable into the RDI register via the RAX register, and the scanf function requires that the first argument be loaded into RDI. And the fifth instruction sets the scanf function to not accept floating point number values. Oh, okay. So that's what it was doing. So the actual function call is this one over here. So call sim.imp isoc99 scanf. So it calls the scan function, which records the user input. And the next thing we need to do is we need to take note of recognizing the use of the user input in the code. So the following code here loads in a variable and uses it as part of a formatted string. So load effective address var70h. So if you remember, our user input was loaded into var70h. Now it's being loaded into RAX, and then RAX is loaded into RSI, and then the formatted string, hello, nice to meet you, is loaded into RAX. RAX is loaded into RSI. So RSI and RSI and RDI are both being used as part of the printf function. Okay, so basically we're just talking about the instructions and how they're loaded in these paragraphs over here. So let's locate this. Cypher asks, do people here think flock cameras complaints are valid or just YouTube hype? Well, I mean, people talk about the flock cameras like they're being used for surveillance. Is that how you spell surveillance? So people are afraid this will lead to a society where everyone is being tracked with scary AI technology. I mean, I'm not there. It's pretty much impossible to avoid cameras outside these days because everybody uses security cameras to monitor their neighborhoods and, like, you know, the areas just outside of their homes. We're basically living in, yeah, we've got a lot of security cameras all over the place. Okay, so let's take a look. So here, we can actually find where the program is storing our information here because it takes in the user input. So what we can do is we can set a breakpoint for right after the scanf function runs. So call scanf, which takes in user input. We'll set a breakpoint for this one over here. Okay, so db this. We run the program, and it asks, what is your name? HackerFrogs. Like and subscribe. Okay, and then we hit the breakpoint. So if we know that this is being stored at var70h, then we can actually take a look over there and see our user input. So AFV So there's only one variable that's being used. So it's RBP minus hex 70. Okay, so SysOS Master says cameras are a problem. Adding more without proper oversight is even more problematic. There's also a bit of hype about it on YouTube. The thing about security cameras is that everybody keeps on adding more and more security cameras without really thinking about without actually thinking about security, especially if they've decided to make the security camera, if they access the security cameras from the web. It's different when all the cameras are connected to the same database. Oh, is this what we're talking about with Flock? Maybe, yeah. Okay, Anarchist says a specific issue with Flock is whether they've been enabling warrantless access to the data, to their data for U.S. police, enabling unconstitutional mass surveillance. I mean, a lot of people have they take issue with this, and rightly so. Okay, so we'll take a look at the contents of this memory location, RBP minus 70 hex. Strangely enough, we only have the first part of this. So HackerFrogs. I guess there's actually, let's take a look at maybe 64 bytes. It truncated my input. That's unfortunate. But we were able to find this thing over here. Actually, what happens if we just run the program? HackerFrogs. Ah, okay. Oh, you know what? So my input was truncated after, like, right before the first space. Tattletale, what is up with you? What is up with you? What's up? Okay, let's get out of here. So we've been talking about this for about 30 minutes. Cypher says people don't realize how much we do in public is recorded, and it's just the police can't access it at will. I mean, the thing is that it's impossible not to be recorded on some sort of camera if you're doing stuff in a modern society, because everybody's got cameras everywhere. Unless you live in, like, you know, in the middle of nowhere, a cabin in the woods. Okay, so I think those are all the observations we're going to be making for right now, but actually I've got a couple of other little C programs to look at if you guys want to mess around a bit. So we got some with arguments, we got some with loops, and we got some with the XOR operation. If you want to take a look at them, they're over here. I hear flock cameras have 1 ounce of gold and 15 ounces of silver inside. Tell your friends. You're not trying to get people to do a specific thing, are you? Okay, so I think what we're going to do for the rest of this is we're going to try to do the rest of the TryHackMe room that we started over here. So we got 3 more CrackMes that we could that we can record how to solve. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, let's try the other compilation options. Okay, so let's get rid of Hello World, and we'll try the GCC options. So -O Hello World. Oh, hold on. Cannot find Hello World. Am I supposed to run it like this? Ah, okay. All right, so we we ran it again. So does this strip out the does this strip the binary? Oh yeah. I've heard about police police departments using flock cameras to do unethical things. Yeah. So no optimization. So we need to do optimization so we can get rid of Hello World and then try it with different levels of optimization. So optimization 3, most optimization. So I wonder how different this is. So we'll try taking a look at Hello World, and then look at the main function. Oh, interesting. So the instructions are different now. Not even Hello World is altered slightly. They are saving. They're saving the strings to RSP -8. Yeah. And then they just make the call. Call sim symbol input puts. So they load it directly into RSI. There was like another step where they loaded into RAX first. The lead version is more interesting. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, then we'll run GCC to compile the image. Sorry, not the image, the program. Okay, and then we'll take a look at the instructions for this program. Interesting. So there's a lot less here. There's no jump, yeah. So let's see. There's no jump because the compiler came to the conclusion that there's only one path. Yeah, the other string might be gone. Okay. So the X variable, yeah, they got rid of the other string as well. So that's some optimization right there. Okay, let's go back to solving these CrackMe's. So CrackMe 5, let's get rid of it because we've already done it. And we'll download the next CrackMe to do more reverse engineering. Yay! So this one's CrackMe 6. Okay, we'll make it executable. Okay, and it's good to be aware how optimization can affect the outcome of code. Let's see, I heard a scientist talking about C++ actually exceeding C in speed in most cases, because the compilers are just that much better at optimization than we have currently. Typically, rather. Okay, so one more time, we'll take a look at strings. So people underestimate how much sensitive information can be in the strings. So password okay, password not okay, usage, password. Good luck, read the source. read the source. They didn't give us any source. So the other thing you can glean from the strings is what kind of functions they're using. So we can tell from here that maybe they're using the puts function, the printf function, and maybe the string compare function. So the other thing we should do is we should take a look at the CrackMe instructions here. Okay, and then take a look at the main function. So this is looking for two arguments in total in the binary. Otherwise it jumps over here, and then it teaches you how to use the binary. Otherwise it calls sim.comparePassword. So there was a similar CrackMe earlier that used the same kind of function. We should probably take a look at that. So let's print the disassembly function here as well. Okay, so we need to understand where the comparison is being made. So it calls another function called mySecureTest. mySecureTest. Well, let's take a look at mySecureTest. This looks really long. So my guess is that this is doing like a byte by byte comparison. So basically comparing one letter by one letter until the end of the password. And if this is the case, then we're not going to get the password by looking at one. Actually, maybe we can get the password. Because the characters that are being, well, the bytes that are being compared are all over here. So it's 1, 3, 3, 7, underscore, P, W, D. Oh man, okay. So, hold on. So the password is actually 1337 underscore PWD, like this. Okay. I mean, it is kind of clever because it's not comparing like a string that we can output all at the same time. Hold on. Okay, so we'll run CrackMe 6 with the delete password, and it says password okay. All right, we'll go ahead and submit this. Okay, we've got 2 more to go through here, and we'll do a little write-up. So this is for TryHackMe. Sorry if it's a little bit too quick, too much scrolling. So reversing elf. Let's continue where we left off. So this one's CrackMe 6. So what's happening with this one? So in this binary, the password is being compared byte by byte instead of compared using a function like string compare. We need to examine the function doing the byte by byte comparison to obtain the password. Okay, so we'll talk about what kind of instructions we ran to solve the challenge. So first of all, we ran Radare2 in debug mode on CrackMe 6. Okay, from there we did analysis, and then we took a look at the main function. So when we took a look at the main function, we noticed that there was a function being called sim.comparePassword. Okay, observe that sim.comparePassword is being called. So we took a look at that one too. So for this one, when we take a look at this function, we see that there's another function that's being called in this function called sim.mySecureTest. So we take a look at that. Okay. And when we take a look at that, we see that the comparisons are being made one byte at a time. Starting with this one over here. So compare AL with this byte, hex 31, which is 1 in ASCII, and then, you know, a bunch of other ones until the end. Note that the byte by byte comparisons tell us the password. And that's it. We can move on to CrackMe 7. Okay, we'll get rid of CrackMe 6. We'll download CrackMe 7. What is the flag? Okay, here we are, CrackMe 7. We have to make it executable. We'll just take a look at the strings first. Oh, interesting. So this is a more complex program. So we have a menu in this program. Say hello, add numbers, quit. Unknown input, what is your name? Unable to read name. Wow, such hacksaw, unknown choice. Okay, so we should probably dive into the program. We can just try running the program manually first. So hey, say hello, add numbers, quit. So hey, say hello, what is your name? HackerFrogs. Like and subscribe. Hello, HackerFrogs. Okay, so apparently this is a pretty common thing to do. It truncates output if it's if there's a space in there. What happens if we do unknown input? Wait, what happened there? So hey, say hello, what is your name? HackerFrogs. Like and subscribe. Okay, so we are able to put in like a longer string if we don't put in a space. Okay, we've got add numbers. Enter the first number. 1, 2. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Okay, so we'll just get out of here and we'll take a look at what the code looks like in our debugger. So Radari 2 on CrackMe 7. After analyzing the binary, we'll take a look at the main function. So immediately I see here that there's a function called giveFlag, which we should probably pay attention to. And we see here that there's a string, wow, such hacksaw. So we should probably figure out how to get this to print out. Can't we read it from the RO data? Maybe. So inside of Radari 2, we can actually take a look at the RO data by using the is function or the is command. So we got RO data here, and it's at this memory address. So we can load that up. So this is what we have. I think we need to get more output from here. Huh. How many bytes do we want? We want maybe... So I think 256 characters is still not enough. What is... so maybe 512? So this is the entirety of what's in the RO data section. So unable to read number, enter second number, goodbye, wow, such hacksaw, unknown choice. GiveFlag is probably unrelated. Yeah, it's probably unrelated. It's probably just reads out. Well, you know what? It bears taking a look at. So there's a function called giveFlag. Let's... here. We can take a look at the instructions. But unless the flag is actually in here, I don't think it's going to be much help. So it runs puts after loading in var 6. So it loads in this string and then it prints it out. I mean, what I'm more interested in is how we can actually trigger giveFlag. So I think that's in the you know what? Before we do that, let's take a look at the names of some of these functions. So it doesn't look like there are too many custom functions in here. There is one function called giveFlag. But the names of the other functions all seem pretty standard. Okay, so we'll just take a look at the main function again, which is pretty... The interesting thing about this is that the program execution just jumps back and forth between the different menu options. So if you choose like 1 versus 2 versus 3, what we need to do is we need to figure out which one of these options prints out the message "wow such hacksaw" and then runs the giveFlag function. So we go back, and there's a comparison operation. So the comparison operation is between this and I think that dword var ch is dword var ch. Is this our user input? Because it's being compared against iz. So 2 bytes, lowercase I, lowercase z. The thing is that we need to figure out which option this is part of. So we move back. So number 3, so I'm guessing that these are the numbers that we're inputting in the menu. So 3 is the exit option, and that puts out goodbye. We also have, so option 1 is the one we're able to, wait, let's take a closer look. So we run crackme 7, say hello, add numbers. So 1 is put in your name, iz, add numbers, unable to read number, okay. So we actually can't, well actually we can put in a number here. And because it's being compared against, right? So it's going to be this number. So hexadecimal 7A69. So what is this in decimal? Oh, okay. So the number has to be elite. Elite is what we're looking for. So I guess this is the number, and I guess we're doing this as part of the number part. Okay, so elite. I guess the 2 numbers have to add up to this number. So we try back here, we run, and then we run the add numbers. And we're just going to do 1336 plus 1. 1337. But we put in 1337. Are we supposed to put this in as the first number? add numbers. Or maybe just the second number. Add numbers. Or maybe this is part of the name. No, it's not part of the name. Okay, let's look at that code one more time. So we're trying to get something to equal this number, right? Wow, such hacksaw. Compare EAX, which is dword var ch. So where is dword var ch being saved to? I still think this is part of the math thing. So the add two numbers. So this here, we do add numbers, and we'll, the first number, 30,000, and the second number we'll do this portion. There's got to be something I'm missing here. So this number is being compared. Dword var ch is being compared. You know what? I think I'm going to set a breakpoint for this comparison operation. So set the breakpoint here and then run the program. We'll run add numbers. So the first number we're going to do 1,000. The second number is going to be 31337. And the funny thing is that the breakpoint wasn't hit, so it wasn't part of that. We'll do say hello, and we'll do the same thing. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the menu itself. The menu, we need to put in this number. Hit breakpoint. Okay, so we hit a breakpoint. Let's take a look at... Let's take a look at the breakpoint and comparison, right? The comparison is being made... EAX. So we need to take a look at EAX. So dr EAX. So it's got this, well, we should be taking a look at the hexadecimal here. Print has a hexadecimal at EAX. There's nothing here. Or actually, we should be taking a look at var ch, dword var ch. So we do like AFV. So EBP minus 0 hex C, or hex C. Take a look at IZ. Okay, so IZ is the big number, elite. Okay, and then we'll keep on running the program. Wow, such hacksaw. Flag, much reversing, very IDA, wow. I mean, we didn't use any... we didn't use any graphic user interface reversing tools, but sure, we'll take it. Okay, we'll do a little write-up, and then we'll move on to the last challenge. So this is CrackMe 7. In this challenge, we see a special message after a comparison operation. We need to figure out what triggers the comparison operation. Or the instruction, rather. Okay, so we run Radari2 debug CrackMe 7. We analyze the binary. Then we take a look at the main function. So when we take a look at the main function, we make an observation. So there is a string There's a string printed out that tells us we won, and then runs a function to print the flag. Okay, so the other thing we have to note here is that if we look at the memory location being compared, we see that it's the same memory location that is used to record our user input. So not just the user input, but the user input from the menu, from the main menu of the program. Okay, so next we need to set the breakpoint. Set the breakpoint for right before the comparison. Next, we need to run the program. Run the program, but put in the number being compared. So 31337 in the menu. Okay, so we can see our user input in the, which one is it? EBP minus hex C location. In this memory location. And that's it. Great. Okay, one last challenge. So it's CrackMe 8. I've done all of these I've done all of these exercises before, but I'm pretty sure I did these something like many months ago, so this is why I'm not really remembering how to solve these challenges. Okay, let's download the last file. Okay, so this is the last one. Make it executable. And then we'll just try running the program. CrackMe password. Okay, so this is one of these where we need to supply the password as an argument. We'll just check the strings first. Okay, access granted, access denied, access granted. And we've got A2I, memset, printf, and puts. So A2I, so that's ASCII to integer. So it's, so whatever, let me look up the A2I function in C. A2I function. I'm pretty sure this converts ASCII characters to integers. Okay, so this is ASCII to integer and used to convert a string of characters into its equivalent integer value. Okay. So let's keep this in mind while we take a look at this as binary. Okay, we will take a look at the main function. So access granted. Access granted, this is the type of string that we're looking for. And then it runs this give flag function here. So what is being compared? So access denied is the other string. And then, so after access denied, it jumps to the end of the program. So we need to figure out So this is, we see that the ASCII to integer function is being, oh, interesting. Compare EAX cafe food. All right. So cafe food, this is hexadecimal, right? Hexadecimal cafe food. So cafe food, this is a, I mean, this is just hexadecimal, this is just a hexadecimal number that happens to spell out like a word. In this case, cafe food is this number in decimal. So in decimal, it's minus this number if it's a signed integer, but if it's an unsigned integer, then it's this number. So we probably need to input this number or this number as one of them. So we might have to input this number here to get the password. So CrackMe 8. Access denied. Okay. So it doesn't take in the number directly. What about the negative number? Access granted. At least this cafe won't leak your credit card numbers. Okay, so we managed to figure it out. We'll do a little... H124, hello, nice to see you here. And Mako, hello, nice to see you here as well. Welcome to the stream. So we're just finishing up doing some reverse engineering challenges. And how are you? Doing okay? Doing a lot of reverse engineering today? That was easy. That was a bit easier than, well, I mean, this really depends on you being able to look up some information about what the functions are, right? So A2I is being run on whatever we put in as user input. Let's see. Mako says using NixOS. Using NixOS. I'm not really too sure about. I don't use a lot of different distributions of Linux. What is NixOS? Okay, so the Nix package manager and uses a decorative configuration model. To be honest, I really don't know very much about different. I don't know very much about different distributions of Linux. I just use what I use. One Supe, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's do our write-up and then we can move on to more challenges. So this is CrackMe 8. So one thing we take note of when we look at the strings for this binary is that it's using the A2I. It's using the A2I function. This function converts ASCII characters to integers. Hey everybody, let's be nice in the chat, please. Thank you. Okay, so we take a look at the strings in the binary. There's the A2I function. So it converts ASCII characters to integers. And what else? So we also see that the comparison, there's a comparison operation as well versus this hexadecimal number. A CMP instruction that compares EAX, which is likely our user input, to these bytes right here, cafe food. Okay, so if we convert those hex bytes, if we convert those hex bytes to an integer, we get negative, what was it again? negative this number. Okay, Mako asks, what did you use to learn reverse engineering? Is TryHackMe good? I've used a bunch of different resources for learning reverse engineering. I'll talk about a few of them. So if you want to learn about a bunch, like, you know, if you want to get resources for different cybersecurity topics, I've got the Italian one was wild. The Italian website, we might be going back there pretty soon, actually. So I've got a link for a bunch of different cybersecurity topics and learning resources. So for reverse engineering, what do we have? We've got ASM Tutor for learning about x86 assembly. We have another x86 assembly course. We've got an x86 assembly track on the Exorcism platform. We also have learning C language, because C language is what you're going to see, no pun intended, when you use decompilation tools. So tools like Ghidra and IDA Pro. So you're going to have to understand how C code works, otherwise you're going to be very confused. So we've got some resources for learning C. We've got a couple of courses over here, that projects from GitHub, so the Nightmare course. And Pwn College especially is really good. So Pwn College is, it's a platform where you can learn a lot, especially about binary exploitation and reverse engineering, but I can't cover it on my channel. Pwn College is the best. It is very, very good. Have you used Coding Name? Coding Game. I think I've heard of that one before. What is it? Coding Game? Codinggame.com? Is this a paid resource though? It's for learning how to code. It's also pretty fun. Why can you not cover it? So the people at Pwn College, they don't want people who do content. So people who do YouTube videos or people who do, like, you know, live streaming, they don't want them to reveal the solutions to any of their problems. So that basically means you can't really solve challenges and put them in a YouTube video, and you can't solve challenges live on stream. You can do some of it for free. Oh, that's good. But yeah, you need to take a look at a bunch of different resources for learning about reverse engineering. But if there's just one resource to use, I'd say use Pwn College. Okay, so if we convert those hex bytes to an integer, we get this integer. So we submit this as the argument to the binary and get the flag. Oh, not paid, it has coding games and challenges? Are you talking about Coding Game? Are you talking about Coding Game Cypher? Okay, so we'll go over the commands we use. So R2 debug crackme8. We do the analysis, and then we take a look at the main function. So this is where we make our observation. We observe that there's a comparison instruction with the hex bytes cafe food. Where is it? Not sure how Coding Game would feel about giving solutions. That's another thing I need to double check that the platforms that I cover are okay, well, or at least not okay with solving their challenges on stream or in YouTube videos. Because I'd like to try to respect the wishes of the platform creators as much as I can. Okay, we also observe that there's an A2I function being used, likely on our user input. So whatever we input is going to be turned into an integer. So we supply the integer equivalent. Is that how you spell equivalent? Of cafe food as an argument. So that's going to be that negative number. To get the flag. And that's done. Okay, let's get on to the last topic we're doing today. We've got about, let's do 2 hours and then see what we've got after we've done 2 hours of this. So we're going to be solving more reverse engineering challenges. These are probably going to be more difficult than the stuff that we've been doing so far. Okay. Let me change up my overlays. So topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. Okay, so before we get going, let me go ahead and close out some of these windows I'm not using, because it kind of bothers me when I've got too many windows open. Okay, so we're doing reverse engineering challenges from this website right here. It's called Hackropole. So Hackropole is a French cybersecurity education platform, and they've got a lot of good challenges. Unfortunately, most of the challenges are in French, so we're going to have to translate stuff every once in a while. Sacrilege. Every hacker needs at least 1,000 tabs open at any time. I mean, I'm not made of memory, although I've got an okay amount of memory on this box. Okay, so we'll see. I'm gonna, as much as possible, I'm gonna try to incorporate our friends in chat into the challenges, and you can solve these along with us. So we'll probably go by the challenges with the most write-ups, because they're usually the easiest ones. So this one's called Guessy. You probably need a lot of luck to guess the flag or some reverse engineering skills. Okay. Well, here's the link for the binary, if you want to take a crack at it yourself. So this is going to be for our Hackropole portion of the stream. We're going to download the Guessy binary. Make it executable. Give me the flag. Flag. Well, it does not begin well for you. Okay, I mean, I guess maybe we have to provide a bunch of different correct strings to actually get the flag. So the first thing we'll do is we'll take a look at the strings, because we've been doing the same thing all this time. Oh, interesting. There's a lot of strings. So what kind of functions are being used? So it looks like puts, fgets, string length. Can you guess the last character of the flag? Really? I asked you for a single character and you give me this? Oh no, you were so close. Congratulations. You've guessed the flag. Now you can try to guess the next 8 characters of the flag. Well, it seems that someone has trouble counting to 8. Wrong guess. Well done, you can try to guess the next 8 characters, but it won't be so easy. I see you've got some skills in reversing, but can you guess the next 8? So does it always give the same message here? Give me the flag. Flag. Okay. Well, let's do some object dump to see if there are any secrets in the RO data section. Okay, and we'll take a look at the regular data section as well. Nothing here. Okay, let's dive into it. So let's take a look at all the functions. So it looks like the main function has all the program code except for when it runs specific functions like fgets and string length. I need to remind myself what fgets is. That's fgets is taking in user input, right? I'm pretty sure. See fgets. So safely read a line of text to the input stream. Oh, okay. So it's basically, this is what we use to take in user input. So fgets versus scanf. All right, let's take a look at the main function. Oh, I didn't even see this one. So there's a validate function here too. So I'm guessing that our user input is being saved into the var20h memory location over here. And then it's being used as part of the sim validate function here. So we need to figure out what the sim validate function is. Let's pull it up. Okay, so it looks like some bytes are being loaded in. So FCSC. So this is the flag. Well, let's check it out. Let's test it. Run Gessie. Give me the flag. FCSC. Come on, it's not that difficult. Is this not it? So it loads in FCSC. What's the difference between this? So there are two error messages that kick you out. It does not begin well for you. And come on, it's not that difficult. Move to jump if equal. So jump equal to 15, 17. So it jumps to here. Oh, okay. It's adding another byte. So it's FCSC and then the open bracket. FCFC and then the open bracket. Okay, we'll try that. Okay, now I see we have an understanding. Let's begin the difficult part now. Now you can try to guess the next 8 characters of the flag. So the first part was figuring out that it's trying to load in these characters, and then it adds an extra character before it does the comparison. Okay, so if it's jump equal, then it moves over to 1532. 1532. I see we have an understanding. Okay, and then it runs a different function here called difficult part. I didn't even see these custom functions. All right, let's take a look at difficult part. Oh wow, we're running some XOR functions. There's another most difficult part of the challenge too, huh? All right. So now you can try to guess the next 8 characters of the flag. So they're looking for string length is equal to 9. 9, I guess 9 plus it's 8 plus the new line character. So that's why they're looking for 9. It seems that someone has trouble counting to 8, so I see some variables. Well, sorry, I see some bytes. So E7, let me record this. So it's E7552CF 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I see these characters here. Wait, does it jump? Does it jump? So it says it does jump equal to 40. So 1249. 1249, well done. You can try to guess the next 8 characters, but it won't be easy. So over here, we'll paste in this one. Well done, you can try to guess the next 8 characters, but it won't be easy. Go up. Where do you want me to stop? You're good, never mind. Okay. So hold on. So this is the part where it does all of the XOR operations. So this is the part where we're at now. I see that you've got some skills in reversing, but can you guess the next 8? Oh, no. I'm not there yet. So we're at this message. Well done. You can try to guess the next 8 characters, but it won't be so easy. Yeah, okay. So they take in their user input. Once again, we're only comparing 9 characters, which is like 8 characters plus a new line. And then it does jump equal to, let's see, 12.8c. 12.8c. So it's jump here. So it moves into EAX the byte var 10h. var 10h. So we need to take a look at these different memory locations. Hold on. Let me record these. So these challenges are way more difficult than the stuff that we were dealing with before. var 10h, var fn, var eh. So there's probably 8 of these. var dh. var ch, var bh. Okay, just trying out Cutter, and it's pretty nice. A GUI for Radare and an integration for the Ghidra decompiler. I really wanted to try Cutter before, but the problem is I was having a hard time finding a good way to install it. So if I could find like a reliable way to install Cutter, I would probably really appreciate using it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, last one. var 9h. Agent 57, hey, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we need to figure out what's in these variables. Okay, Nullsec says, I don't remember Cutter being hard to install. Okay, so I did sudo apt install Ryzen Cutter. Did you do this with... Did you do this inside of Kali Linux or another Linux distribution? Let me know. Okay, so we run AFV, no function found in current offset. So I guess these get loaded in later on in the program. So I guess we need to just run the thing. Hold on. We'll run the breakpoint. So the breakpoint for this one is where? So the last comparison. Oh, they compare these one at a time. Oh, this is gonna be this is gonna be fun. I don't know if fun is the right word. Okay, so the comparison operations here. I need to set breakpoints for all 8 of these. So there's the first one. Then I need to go up and get the second one. So here's the second comparison operation. Actually, you know what? Let's get all of the memory addresses first, and then I can do it all in one go. So this is the first one. This is the second one. This is the third one at this address. Yeah, Callie? Okay, okay. I'll give it a try sometime. Thank you. So here's another comparison. And then another. And another. And one last one. Can we set multiple breakpoints at the same time? Let me ask. Radare to set multiple breakpoints. To set multiple breakpoints, you can use looping operators. While the standard db command only sets one breakpoint at a time, you can scale this up using the strategies listed below. Loop over custom addresses, so db @@, loop over specific functions, set breakpoints at all analyzed functions. So what does this say? So we can run db @@ and then include a bunch of different addresses. I mean, if that works, then that's great. let's try supplying all of these. And then we'll take a look at, what was it again? So we should have a bunch of breakpoints set now, right? Yeah. One. Oh, we only have... Dang it. It didn't work. I think it's talking about advanced ways of setting them all at once. You should be able to add them one at a time. Yeah, that's unfortunate that we can't add them all at once. All right. So DB this thing. Then this one. So we're looking at 6 of them, huh? Okay, 2 more. What's the last one? The last one is FF. Okay, so now we should have 8 breakpoints. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, good. So we'll run the program. OOD. Then run the program. Give me the flag. FCSC open bracket. Okay, so we need to do the next 8 characters, which we recorded over here. Well done. You can guess the next 8 characters, but it won't be easy. So we'll put an A. It seems someone has trouble counting to 8. Okay, let's OOD this. Whoops. So reopened in read-write mode. I don't know why after we reset the binary, it seems like our terminal locks up. I'm probably gonna have to reload this. If you have a specific list of memory addresses, use the add iterator loop. This executes the db command across every item that you provide. Loop over custom addresses, text. Set breakpoints. Loop based on a search filter. Break in all occurrences of a specific instruction. So for example, all syscall instructions. Temporary break and continue shortcuts. Managing your breakpoints. Once you have multiple breakpoints active, you can use these companion commands to track or modify them. List active breakpoints. List breakpoints in JSON format. Remove specific breakpoints. Clear all breakpoints. Yeah, unfortunately the terminal locked up. That's pretty bad. Okay, let's go ahead and load in our breakpoints again. So it's like difficult part, right? PDF at sim.difficult part. Oh, we need to analyze the function first. Okay, let me get the first two comparison operators. Sorry, comparison addresses. So here. Oh. Did the addresses change? They might have changed. Yeah, they might have changed because were the addresses. Okay. No. Actually, they're the same. They're the same. Different section. Or they might have been. Yeah, I think it's okay. Okay, so I think it's okay. We're fine. So I need to set the breakpoints. So it's 9.5, then A3, then B3. Then C3. Okay, they shouldn't change. The addresses should be fixed in the ALF info. Remember that these are virtual addresses, not physical RAM addresses. Okay, so C3 and then... Yeah, it's probably not using memory protections in this case, because we're not doing binary... what is the word? We're not doing binary exploitation. Okay, so it's C3 and then D1. And then E1, then EF, then FF. Okay, now that it's all set, we'll run the binary. Give me the flag. FSCS open bracket. Right? FCSC. Okay, and then the next 8 characters are these ones. I almost expected an E1M1 efference. I don't know what that is. Okay, guess the next 8 characters, but it won't be easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we should hit the breakpoint right now. So hit breakpoint here. Okay, and then we'll look at var 10h. So we'll take a look at the all function variables. And we've got some now. We need to pay attention to 10h. .h is RBP, this one, okay. PX at here. Oh, this is our input. This is our input, but we're only loading in. Okay, we load in our input and then yay, we found our stuff. That's true. Okay, you can try to guess the next 8 characters, but it won't be easy. So we hit the breakpoint, and we're comparing var 10h. So var 10h is our stuff. Then we need to find out what's at var 10h byte fn. So they're just checking against these byte ASCII characters. So these ASCII characters, let me just note them down. So that's small h, and then 198. So this is an unprintable character. Hold on. So 104, then 198, and then 202, and then 100, and then 202, and then 106, and then 194, and then 200. So these, thank you very much for following. Hunimar, W Honeymar. Hello. Okay, so we've got these code points. Well, I mean, this is the hexadecimal comparison, right? So there's some sort of modification done to each one of these. So you're basically loading in, so this is our stuff at var 10h, and it's being loaded in 1 byte at a time into the AL register here. So they're adding, so after they move in the byte, they add EAX to EAX. Oh, okay. So in each one of these cases, they're adding EAX to EAX, so they're doubling the value. So what we need to do is we need to divide each one of these values by 2 and figure out what the character is. Why is it so complicated? I guess it would be boring if it was easy, right? Okay, so we need to divide each one of these numbers by 2. So this is 100. This is 53. This is 101. This is 50. This is 101. This is 52. And then 198. 45. 45 plus 4. 45 plus 4. 49 plus 50. Wait, so no. It's 200. It's 100 minus 1. So it's 99. Okay, anyways. And W. Honeymar, hey, what's up? It's over 9,000. Yeah. Okay, 194 is... So let's just pretend it's 45. It's like 90... 92? Hold on, we can do math in our head, right? So it's 50 plus 45, which is 95. 95 plus 2. 97. 97, okay. Alright, so we need to figure out what the ASCII code points are for each one of these. Actually, let me type it out. We can probably figure it out in like CyberChef or something. 52, 99, 101, 50, 101, 53, 97, 100, and we'll plug it into CyberChef. Okay, and then we'll apply the from decimal. Okay. Who can I ask you for help with the streaming setup? Yeah, I mean if I can help, I'll definitely give my advice. I mean, I don't consider myself a super technical streamer. I mean, I guess I deal with technical topics, but as far as my own streaming setup is concerned. Oh, you need a GPU. Okay, well, all right. So this is the next part of the flag. I guess we can record this. First part. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first part is F, was it? Okay, how should I sanitize my terminals to not expose myself? How should I sanitize my terminals to not expose myself? Yeah, I'd say that you have to be aware of what services are going to expose which information. So in a lot of cases, I connect to challenges via SSH, and sometimes when I look at the environment variables inside of those SSH terminals, it exposes my IP address. So you got to be careful about that. Take your username out of the prompt. Yeah. Definitely don't use your actual name. That would be bad. Okay, so the first part of the flag is what? This over here. The second part of the flag is this one. The third part of the flag, we're only on the third part of the flag. So disappointed. Okay, so that's the third part of the flag. Okay, I see you've got some skills in reversing, but can you guess the next date? Okay, use a VPN. Create a VPN if you intend on streaming. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you can get proper speeds for upload, especially if you're using VPNs. If you're streaming through a VPN connection. I am the real guy. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so 1, 2, 3 parts of the flag. The next part of the flag, I guess we really didn't need to set all those breakpoints, so I'll just exit out of the program. Actually, let's just clear them. So what was the command to clear all your breakpoints? Clear all breakpoints at once, db -*. Wrong guess, okay. So we're still on the difficult part. Honeymar says, could I stream from my machine and then connect it to a VPN terminal? Stream from your machine and connect it to a VPN terminal. I think what you could do is you could stream from like a cloud machine. So let's see. So let's see. Keeping keeping anonymity. So you could try stream from a cloud instance, from a cloud machine. So for example, you could have a cloud Kali machine that you work from. This of course means that you need to have the cloud machine available. So in that case, if your IP is leaked, then it's the cloud machine's IP. You could give it a try. Stream from your neighbor's Wi-Fi, sure. McDonald's supports 720p streams, does it? Okay, what were we doing? We're trying to figure out the next part of the password. Okay, it won't be so easy. So this is the part where we add EAX to EAX. Okay, and then I see you've got some skills in reversing, but you can guess the next 8 characters. So we put in 8 characters. And what's being done to these ones? SHL. What is this command? Let's look this up. So x86 SHL instruction. No worries, I'm the real guy. Shift left. So let's see. Shift left logical. Shifts the bits of a destination operand to the left by a specific amount. Specific count filling the lowest byte. Lowest bit with 0 and moving the final shifted out bit into the carry flag. Okay, so this is shift left. Shift left by 3, shift left by 3. So it looks like everything is being shifted left by 3 and then being compared to these numbers here. Okay, let's record the numbers. So it's 384 784 784 384 5456. Like a Caesar cipher? Not exactly. I think it's like more of like a division operation. 416816. Okay, so I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna plug this into CyberChef. And before we do this, I'm just gonna double check these numbers because I don't want to get this wrong because I recorded something inaccurately. It's weird because it's jumping, so if it matches, it continues. Otherwise, it jumps not equal. Okay, I'm gonna double check my numbers. And ads. We're running ads. Oh, sorry everybody. While the ads are running, we'll put on the birds. Here's my favorite bird video. We're gonna be back in about 60 seconds. But enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. Okay, let's see. Honeymar says, can someone describe a little bit more on how to stream from a VPN? I mean, I wouldn't recommend streaming through a VPN connection because you're not going to be able to. Should it be a paid VPN or Oracle? I mean, I just say don't stream through a VPN connection, but instead stream from a cloud box. So, like basically broadcast your cloud box, where your cloud box is a cloud, like, security VPN, or like not VPN, a cloud VM, so like Cloud Kali machine. Then you don't have to worry about leaking your IP because it's not your actual machine. Or stream from your main OS and run things from a VM. Okay, I think it's to mask the home IP. Yeah, this is to mask the home IP. I actually don't do this, and but I should. The thing is that I don't have access to a cloud VM. If I did, I'd be using that. What were we doing? We were trying to record these numbers. Okay, let me record the numbers one more time. 384 784 784 384 5 456 524, and then the last two numbers are 416 and 816. Cloud VMs are quite expensive, are they? Just let them have your IP. Well, I don't feel so good about that. Cloud VMs are like $4 a month, unless you think your router is insecure. I mean, it really depends on how much you value your privacy. If you think that somebody is likely to attack you if they get a hold of your IP address, then it's a good move. But if you're not so worried about it, or if you're just a bit worried, then I don't know. This is all about what is it called? Your threat modeling. The thing is that even if you use a VM to stream from, even if you're using a VM, usually your VM is using your your local ISP provided IP address when it reaches out to the internet. Unless there's some sort of special trick you can use. I'm not too sure if there is. Okay, so CyberChef. So these are the same numbers. Great. So I've got the correct numbers. It's not configured in the VM. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to do like bit shift. Bit shift left. This is what we're doing here. Bit shift left by 3. Bit shift left by 3, and then from decimal. Actually, from decimal first, before the bit shift left. Okay, so this is not maybe here. So when we do the bit shift left on, so these are not valid. Okay, let's see. Anarchist says, only my modem has the public IP, everything else is natted. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good setup. You definitely don't want everything to be using your public IP. So these numbers here, we need to bit shift left, because we see in the code that each one of these is being shifted left, byte by byte. The thing is that it should only be 8 characters, but I see more than 8 characters here. Is it Morse code? I don't know about that. So we need to interpret these as decimal first, right? Yeah, this is not a valid array. Support signed values. So I guess we need to do these one by one. We might be able to do like a Python script that does this. Shy has had this. Yeah. I've had my IP leaked on stream before. Because of good old Google. What were we doing? So take each one of these numbers. Let's just do one number at a time then. So from decimal, just this, right? And then we do the bit shift left. Okay, and then the output is this. But if we interpret that as what's this character? Oh, that's hello. Okay. So, for example, we've got this number. So 384. What happens if we convert it to binary? So decimal to binary. Decimal number, convert to binary. Okay, and then we do the left shift. Left shift is left shift multiplication or is left shift division? I'm assuming it's division. So left shift by 3 means chop these off. So we end up with this number in binary. So we'll do binary to decimal, and then enter the binary number. This is 48, and then we need to convert 48 to ASCII, or decimal to ASCII. Wait, where's my decimal? Where's my decimal? We're putting in ASCII text. Okay, who thinks that they're vulnerable if their IP leaks? It would take a fairly skilled person to... Yeah, it would take a lot of effort. True, but I mean, the thing about about like malicious people online is that if you've got like a sufficiently large amount of people like who are trying to do, you know, something bad to you, right? If you're a content creator, if you're large enough, you'll have haters, right? And the bigger you are, the more haters you have, right? So if you have a sufficiently large number of haters, one of them will have the skills to, what is the word? Narrow down where you live to a specific area based on your IP address. I mean, if you have an IP address, you might be able to narrow down the area in which it comes from to like a specific neighborhood. Okay, so what's 48 in... What's 48 from ASCII, from decimal? It's just 0? 48 is 0. Okay. So we need to do this like over and over again. I routinely figure out where people are just by listening to them. Yeah, I mean, people talk about where they live, but they probably... That'll usually narrow it down to like a city. And from there, if you have an IP address, you might be able to narrow it down to a specific part of a city or a specific neighborhood. I mean, you definitely don't want to give away more information than you are comfortable sharing. What were my numbers? Did I miss anything important? We're just trying to figure out how to reverse engineer some stuff. So for each one of these numbers, we want to do the bit shift left. By 3. I guess what we need to do is we need to convert these into... I mean, bit shift left should be able to handle like decimal numbers. One photo from a window is enough these days. That's true. People can OSINT like landmarks visible from photos pretty easily these days. It's pretty scary. I bet we could use like a Python script to do this. Hold on. Let's write a little Python script. Okay, we've got our list of numbers. Numbers equals a list. And we need to separate this by some commas. Man, all this for a reverse engineering exercise. Well, so we got our numbers, and then we need to do our bit shift. For I in numbers, I guess we need to. We also need to make a new list of shifted num equals a new list, and then populate it. Shifted num dot append. What is the bit shift function in Python? Python bit shift function or operation. Okay, bit shift left by 2 positions. So let's see. Result equals x bit shift y. Okay. So in this case it's I bit shifted by 3. And then we'll just print out the shifted numbers. Actually, we'll assume that this works. We also need to turn these into ASCII characters. So that would be CHR. Footlong Icicle, hello, nice to see you here. Are you from, you're from SnowX Cone's stream, right? Nice to see you here. What kind of streamers do you usually watch, Footlong Icicle? Are you a person who watches, what was it, development streams, people who do leak codes and stuff? I'm trying to do some reverse engineering here. And then we'll print out. So append. Actually, maybe the shifted numbers will turn into like a string. No, let's keep it a list. So then we'll do the password string. Pass string equals that. Coding and security mostly. Oh, you're a security person. Are those the people who you watch? Is that... Hey, I recognize that person. That's Slyborg. And the rest of these people I don't really recognize. But nice to see you here. Okay, so we're going to print it out. So the last thing we need to do is we need to create, it's dot join, right? For I in shifted numbers, pass string dot join, and then just print out the pass string. Hold on. Hopefully it works. Nothing prints out. That's great. Oh, that's because I didn't... Wait, no, I did populate it. Okay. So shifted numbers, or sorry, numbers, shifted numbers, for I in numbers, shifted number dot append, the character of I bit shifted by 3. Am I... Or is it like the ORD function instead? I remember that these are opposite functions. One turns numbers into ASCII characters, or characters, and one turns characters into numbers. Expected string of length 1, but integer found. Okay. So the ORD function is looking for a string, and it turns it into a number. But we want to take the number and we want to turn it into the string. So it should be CHR. Yeah, okay. So print pass string. For some reason, let me look it up. So we're doing Python, we're adding list, or like we're joining. Join list objects to string. Okay, the join method, the string join method. So result equals something dot join words. Dot join, okay. Am I... Yeah, am I... Do I have like a syntax error or something in here? So first of all, I guess what we should do is we should print out the shifted numbers first. Okay, these are not printable characters. These are not printable characters. So something went wrong. So the character of I... Actually, let's just not run character and see what shows up. Can only join an iterable. Let's comment this out. Okay, that's some message right there, real Mr. Beast. So these are not... Yeah... I thought... Doesn't bit shift left the cat on the keyboard? Okay. So this is bit shift left, right? Okay, keyboard cat. The keyboard cat redeemed has been removed. Thank you. Okay, so x equals 5, right? Result equals x bit shift by 1 left. So we're basically chopping off. We're chopping off this this bit. So this bit is chopped off. It becomes 10. So here we're bit shifting by 3. I just need to double check something. Okay, so print this is unexpected. Why does it become bigger? So we're bit shifting by 3 to the left. Okay, is it because we didn't convert it to binary first? So if we bit shift by 1, let's just take the example, right? The example is 5 bit shifted by 1. It should output 10. Should output 10. Bit shift left. Add zeros at the end, making it bigger. So am I thinking... So what we're doing is we're doing some reverse engineering. So whatever is an EAX, we bit shift left by 3, and then we compare it against like a big number. Oh, okay. I think I understand. So because the operation is bit shift left, and we're comparing it against a number, we need to bit shift right. We're bit shifting right to get the characters we want to input. Yeah. Anarchist, I understand now. I understand. Okay, let's go back in. So where were we? Here? So we're gonna bit shift right by 3. And now this should work. And we'll print out the pass string. You can only join in iterable. So for I and shifted numbers... Oh, right. What we need to do is we need to convert these into characters. Now nothing appears. Okay, let's forget the character function, and we'll print out the shifted numbers. Print debug print both variables. Yeah, I think So 48, 98, 98, 48, 57, 53, 52, 102. So these are all printable ASCII characters, I'm pretty sure. So I guess what we need to do is we need to join the characters. The character of I to the password string and try printing out the password string. Nothing comes out. For I and shifted num, print character of I. Okay, password string plus equals. Oh, you know what? Yeah. That's what we want to do. I mean, we can also do it this way. So 0 BB 095 4F. But let's do it how Anarchist wanted us to do it. So for I and shifted num, pass string plus equals character of I. And then print it out. Done. Great. Okay, using list comprehension, character num for num and numbers. Oh, I mean, list comprehension, I never really wrapped my head around it. I guess I should. Okay, so this is the next part of the flag. I must say I'm impressed, but it's not over. Will you be able to guess the next 8 characters? So I think this is the XOR portion, where you need to XOR between like a specific key. Okay, so what's going on in this portion? Just like the lambda that builds your list. Okay, so we're doing XOR EAX by EDX. So what's in EDX? EDX changes every time. Oh, that's a bit of a pain in the butt. So EDX, so the XOR key changes every byte. Lambdas are unnamed functions. Yeah, I need to study that stuff. Okay, so I guess so EDX. So our user input is loaded into we need to figure that out first. Okay, var20h. So var20h is EAX. EDX is the XOR key. So the XOR keys, let me copy these down. Then we need to look these up. Oh, darn. So CH, BH, AH, and then 9H. I wonder if these variables exist right now. Because if they exist right now, we could look them up. And this isn't even the most difficult part. Oh, geez. Okay, so we're looking up this stuff. You're supposed to pick an easy one? I mean, I always intend to pick the easy one, but I'm guessing that this is considered easy as far as Hackropole is concerned, which, well, I mean, you know what that means. It means that we're going to get a lot of good education value out of solving these CTF exercises. The bad part is that it's going to be very painful. Okay, this is part 4. So I think there are 6 parts total. So we're currently on the XOR portion. So this one is reading bytes. The next part was also reading bytes. No, this was adding bytes to bytes. This part was this bit shift left? This one was bit shift left. Bit shift left. And what was the one before that? So this is bit shift left, and before that was adding the bits. Sorry, what was it? Adding bytes to bytes. So the next part was this just reading bytes again? Yeah. So this was reading bytes, followed by more reading bytes, adding bytes to bytes, bit shift left, and the next part is XOR. Ooh, keep on doing that by mistake. Okay, let's take a look at the variables. So no variables. I guess we'll run the program until this part. This is the bit shift left. This is the XOR portion. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and breakpoint this. So here's our breakpoint. We run the program. Give me the flag. So we've got four parts of the flag already. This is part 1. Then we do part 2. Then we do part 3. Then we do part 4. Okay, then you do the next 8 characters. I'm just going to put in 8 characters. And it doesn't even... My breakpoint didn't activate. Oh, okay. Because we didn't do this. We didn't do this branch. So I should be moving over to this comparison operation instead. Newton Fish, hello, nice to see you here. OOD. We'll set the breakpoint, then we'll run the program. Give me the flag. Okay. We need to feed these in one at a time. Assembly? Yeah, we're doing assembly right now. Or we're doing reverse engineering. Okay, so the next 8 characters. Anarchist says, I loaded the program in GDB, put the input into a file, and used set args input to auto-provide input much easier. Yeah, I mean, this is something I need to figure out how to do too, because I wouldn't call myself super good at doing reverse engineering, but I'd like to be able to do the basics. So now we've got a bunch of functions. So the functions we need to look at the bytes, the single bytes in each one of these addresses. So var 10h, RBP -10, so print hexadecimal. So this is our stuff. No? Oh, okay. This is it. This is the entire string. Does new line input multiple lines? It should only input 1, right? So the next one is FN, FH. So FH is where? This one. So basically we're moving backwards through this. So this is good because I can just read these one at a time. So this is 0 BB0954H. Okay, I also added the GEF extensions to GDB, so every time you step, it prints the register values in the key memory locations. Much easier for debugging. You rarely have to inspect anything manually. Yeah, I mean, if you're a person who does a lot of reverse engineering, you're probably going to learn a lot of tricks to make things easier on yourself. I don't know all these tricks yet, unfortunately. Okay, so here's our key. Okay, so our key string is going to be this. So the key string is this, and we're going to get the expected value. the expected string. So the expected string is going to be over here. So they do the XOR operation and then they compare against 84. So 84, 85, 81, 9. And let me just type these out. 84, 85, 81, 9. Oh, they also compare against 1 up here. Yeah. 1, 1, 84, 85, 81, 9, 7, 87. Okay, so this is... I wonder what the best way to do this is. We're making a little... So this is, we'll just turn this into a list. The list is this, but we also, if we're using this as the output value, we're performing the XOR operation between these key bytes here and these bytes as well. So these need to be interpreted as bytes. So like this is like integer 2 bytes. Compare against 7. So let's think about this. We have the XOR key, which is well, the XOR key is ASCII bytes. So each one of these is an ASCII byte, so this is 0, ASCII, B, ASCII, etc., etc. We also have the comparison bytes. These are the comparison bytes up here. Are these interpreted as... Are these supposed to be ASCII? I mean, they can't be... Maybe? Maybe they're ASCII? Let's see if we can do this in CyberChef. So, So we have CyberChef here, and we're putting in a bunch of... a list of numbers, right? So what are we interpreting these numbers as? Two bytes. if we're just doing XOR, we need to provide a key and hex. If AB equals C, then C equals A. Yeah, yeah. But that's the that's the idea behind XOR. So we've got our key bytes here. We can provide this as ASCII, I think. UTF-8. Okay, that doesn't exactly... If you XOR input with the key to get expected, XORing the expected with key gets you the needed one. Okay, maybe we can try doing this one at a time, right? I've done stuff like this before when we were dealing with CryptoHack. Let me look back at my notes for CryptoHack. This was for the first course, like Intro to CryptoHack. So XOR starter. So here we've got bytes for the XOR operation, but here we're XORing everything by the same key. So encrypted bytes, key integer, perform the XOR operation, then decode to an ASCII character. We might be able to modify the script, but this uses the pwn module. I wonder if I have it installed. Probably not. Oh, I do have it installed. Great. Okay. Okay, so we got our encrypted bytes in this case. In this case, I guess we'll just do like the key. This is the key. And in this case, we need to do... It comes with Kali? Do we have pwn tools? Yeah, these are... I mean, this is pwn tools that we're using here. Because pwn is pwn tools. It's a Python module. So XOR result is XOR encrypted bytes, key integer, but it's not going to be that in this case, because we've got our expected list, and we'll put it down here. I guess this is our ciphertext. Cipher bytes. The thing is that these numbers are not inherently like ASCII bytes. So how do we turn these into bytes? Because the XOR operation only works between bytes. Or wait. No, it does work with integers. So we would have to run like plain text bytes equals like a byte string, and then we would run like a for loop for I in encrypted bytes, do something. So basically this right here. XOR encrypted bytes I. Actually, it's just XOR I. XOR I with cipher bytes. So maybe we do like for IJ in list comprehension for the win. For IJ in encrypted bytes and cipher bytes. XOR IJ decode. And we're trying to append this, right? Plain... Well, maybe we can just turn plain bytes into like a list. Plain bytes.append. And then maybe print it out. Print for I in plain bytes. Print I. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll give it a try. Invalid syntax. Oh, wait. Did I forget to... Oh, okay. Forgot to delete something. Too many variable values to unpack, expected 2. For IJ in encrypted byte cipher bytes. Too many values to unpack, expected 2. Okay, so we're doing a for loop on over 2 iterables, right? So Python for loop with 2 iterable objects. Oh, we have to use zip. Oh, we don't have to use zip, but there... Okay, for name score in zip names scores. So we zip these up and then, yeah, use zip to... Okay, so it's where C is the key character and K is the expected. Let me give this a try. So it's zip. Okay, this does it all. Character ord C K for in zip. Let me give this a try first. Key integer is not defined. So we actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but we didn't get the 8th one? Wait. Okay. We didn't get the 8th one. We do have 8 here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I left out the 8th character. Wow, I'm dumb. Anyways. The 8th comparison is yeah. Okay, let's I'll get to that as soon as we do the break. So let me put on the birds and we'll do a little break and then we'll come back and we'll hopefully be able to finish it off. Here's a bird. Okay, let's get back to it. So Mara asked, do you do cryptography? We did cryptography a couple of months ago. So if you look back at the YouTube channel, let me pull it up. YouTube, the Shy Hat. Oops. Here we go. Was it that long ago? I think it might have been. Okay. Cryptography. I mean, we've got a whole list of different cryptography challenges and walkthroughs that we do. If you're interested, take a look. I'd say that the stuff we do for cryptography is not super advanced, but yeah. Okay, let's get that 8th value. So it's 1, 84, 85, 81, 9, 7, 87. Let's figure out which one I missed. 1, 84, 85, 81, 9, 7, 87. I missed something both times. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only 7 here. Last comparison uses the 7th comparison as expected. Last comparison uses the result of the 7th comparison. Compare DL and AL. So DL and AL is the last comparison. So this isn't XOR. So instead of compare AL 057, it does compare DL AL. Yeah, So DL and AL. So what's in DL though? Well, I guess I could figure out what's in DL right now. So this is only... Man, there is only... But there are 8 key bytes. So the key bytes are these: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. F. So do we not use F in this case? I'm not too sure why it's there. It's checking the last character, it's just not XORing it. So I guess the last character is just going to be whatever's in DL. You can calculate the first 7, then put a random thing for the 8th and check it in the debugger. Where are we in the execution right now? Yeah, so we're at that point in the execution, so we can just check the hexadecimal at DL. There's nothing there. So D low and D high. I mean, I guess the other thing we could do is we could take a look at the EDX and just take a look at there's nothing in EDX right now. Oh, there is something in RDX. Right, okay. RDX. Oh, this is just an address. DL is the bottom of RDX. Are we sure we stopped at the right line? I'm not sure. Okay, so let's think about this. So it loads in one at a time the string that we provide as user input. It compares AL to whatever is XORed. So AL, then we compare 1, and then AL we compare 5, 4, etc., etc., until we get to the very end, where we compare DL against AL. So what is AL expected to hold, and what is DL expected to hold? If you haven't calculated the first 7 and put them in, you can't be. Oh, okay. I think I understand what you're saying. So I guess what we need to do first is we need to put in all the correct ones. Well, I guess we'll ignore F because we're not using F. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we'll run the thing. And we get 1, 6, 7 AO2C, and then we'll just put in like a capital A here so that we can identify it later. I just added an H there. Oh, okay. So we're gonna put this in. We'll just keep this here for now. We hit the breakpoint. This is probably going to fail. Wrong guess. Okay, so we'll set up another breakpoint, and this breakpoint is going to be for this comparison, the last one. Okay, set the breakpoint. OOD, and then run the program. Give me the flag. Okay, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, and then part 5. Okay, we hit the breakpoint. So this breakpoint is not the one we're looking for. We need to keep on going. And then we hit the second breakpoint. So after the second breakpoint, we take a look at the contents of DL. DL is nothing. DL is nothing. What about RDX? RDX also has nothing. Flimsy says, Flims, hello, nice to see you here. Why are you typing these kind of messages in the chat? Okay. 3:40 a.m. Well, let's just call that a warning. PX prints out the memory pointed to by the RDX, right? You just want to print the value of RDX. So, okay. So if we take a look at the value of RDX, it's 66. 66. So 66 in... We just need to translate that. Is that 66 hexadecimal or decimal? What kind of... So that's hexadecimal. So hex to ASCII. Hex to ASCII 66 is what? F. It's just F? Why not use R2 Frida? I mean... Okay, if you're anonymous or public, I'm new to your content. If you're public, I want to ask, how old are you? Yeah, I'm in my mid-40s. I got into cybersecurity at the beginning of my 40s. So if you're a person who is older, you don't have to worry about being too old to get into cyber. I knew nothing about technology, about most computer technology topics, when I first got into this about 6 years ago. Okay, so to be honest, you sound a lot younger. Thanks. Thanks. I mean, I guess I've got an okay voice. That's one thing I got going for me. So Thanks for that. So it's just F. So the last value is just F, like this. You sound no older than a 12-year-old? I don't know if I want to hear that. Okay, so let's reset. So we'll run the thing. It exited. We're just gonna send it over here. Alright, now let's get to the most difficult part of the challenge. Can you guess the last character of the flag? Still the most difficult part to go. Okay, I don't feel so bad now, although I'm a bit jealous of your GitHub skills. It's, I wouldn't have a 12-year-old with a voice modulator. I don't know, but that's funny. That's funny. Why would you want to... Well, I mean, I guess you could modulate your voice so that people take you more seriously. How much time are we going to spend on this? We'll spend a maximum of like 45 minutes on this last part. Although I really hope it doesn't take that long. Actually, let's do 30 minutes, and we'll see where we're at after 30 minutes. Maybe take a look at what you have so far for the flag, though. Yeah. Yeah, I have almost no GitHub skills, Randolph. I mean, I've got a large GitHub repository, but it's not, those are not skills. Can you guess the last character of the flag? And Anarchist says, maybe take a look at what you have so far for the flag. GitHub is overrated? Yeah, I mean, I can see that. So what we have for the flag so far, we recorded it over here. So how we got each one of these parts of the flag. So reading the bytes, adding bytes to bytes, bit shift left, XOR, and the last one, we don't know what this one's going to be. Okay, so let's figure out what this most difficult part is. First of all, let's wipe out all of our breakpoints. We'll take a look at most difficult part. Okay, Flimsy asks, have you completed Over the Wire Bandit? Yeah, we did finish Over the Wire Bandit. It's actually my most viewed series of videos. If you want to see all the walkthroughs we have for Bandit, you can find them over at the HackerFrogs repository. Let me pull it up. Okay, I'll check it out. Do you have it on YouTube? Yeah, they're all on YouTube in a big playlist. 666, hello, nice to see you here. Nice Vulcan salute, great. Okay, Anarchist says you don't really need Radar 2 for this part. Is it easy? I'm hoping it's easy. Can you guess the last character of the flag? Oh, I know the last character of the flag. It's always going to be this. Oh, I guess it was not the most difficult part. It was the easiest part. Congratulations, you guessed the flag. Okay, well. So I guess if we just combine all these, then we can submit this and finish the challenge. This was pretty difficult for me. I mean, some of the other people in chat probably got it a lot easier. It was pretty difficult to watch too. Just joking. Well, I mean, I try to make the viewing experience a little easier. I guess if you are a person who has a lot of technical skill, it can be difficult to watch people struggling. All right, let's submit the flag for the challenge. Okay, correct flag. Nice play. You have 15 more minutes before dinner. You have to speed run the next. We have to speed run the next. I don't know if I'm going to be speed running the next challenge. But, you know, I guess what we can do is we can start doing a little write-up on this. The thing is I would never... I don't know if I can finish the write-up in 15 minutes. Because there's a lot to understand here. Speedrun it? Well, we can try. Write-ups I still can't read? Yeah, I know. It's hard to do a write-up when you can't read. So this is Hackropole. And this is in the reversing category. So I'm on a continuous journey to get better at cybersecurity skills. This is why we're doing challenges that that are difficult. And difficult is... Hackropole stuff is not easy. Well, I mean, some of the stuff is, but... there's a lot of really, really challenging stuff over here. If you want to try this out yourself, check out this website. You've been doing cyber for 5 years. How good would you say you are? I mean, I'm kind of okay at a lot of different categories. The problem is this, right? What is it? So in cybersecurity, in most cases, you're highly specialized. So for example, network pen testing, or, well, I mean, network pen testing and like web app pen testing kind of like overlap sometimes, or like digital forensics, or like malware analyst. These people do not do the same work as each other, so your malware analyst is not going to be doing web app pen testing or like network pen testing. People who do these jobs, they usually don't touch the other parts of cybersecurity, or at least they don't do it in a meaningful way. But in my case, I'm trying to learn all of these different skills, which means that I am not as good at any one of these skills. Okay, is there really so much depth and info into each that you must specialize to be good at it? I'm still relatively new, but I've been doing some minor hacking since I was like 14. Okay. I mean, I guess if you spend enough time studying all these subjects, you would be able to get to be good at a few of them, but the thing is that there are too many specializations. Okay, so let's try to do our... This is called Guessy. And the nice thing is that we were able to finish this challenge. And because we were able to finish it, we can do this. Whoops. There you go.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay. URL, the concept, and method of solve. So here, here's where we can find this challenge. So in this case, we're doing a reverse engineering. Specifically, we're looking at stuff like we do like XOR operations. We look at like byte by byte comparisons. And what was the other major thing that we were looking at here? Oh, bit shift stuff. Bit shift operations. Okay. So I guess we'll split this up into sections, because there are different parts of the flag, right? So part 1, part 2, part 3, One, two, three, four, five, 6. There's 6 parts. Okay. So in this part, we are only looking for the bytes that are being compared. So we can find the bytes in the main function. You can type from chew chats by switching to a toggle. Awesome. Okay, so PDF at main. So okay. So it's not. It's just it's in the validate function. Let's copy all this. Okay, so the string we're looking for is FCSC, this thing, open bracket. Okay, so the second part in this part we continue to look for direct byte by byte comparisons. And which function is this in? The difficult part section. So the last one was like sim validate, right? So this is sim.validate. The next part we're looking for sim difficult part. So we'll paste in the relevant part. Hacks XORs. Yeah, I mean we've got a Discord, we've got a Reddit. I wouldn't say that the oh, we got another ad going on. Okay. Watch this bird. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, so flimsy, you're talking about trying to get a job in the IT market. I'd say the advice that Nullsec is talking about is pretty good. Basically, get a job in IT. It doesn't need to be like a glamorous job. It could be like a help desk job. Although I'm not too sure like how often people are hiring for help desk these days, because they've replaced a lot of help desk with AI stuff. But get any job you can get in tech first, and from there it's going to be a lot easier for you to pivot into a cybersecurity job. I wouldn't say if you're basically going into college now, I'd say you have a lot of time to get into cybersecurity. You should focus on any job you can get in IT, and then find a way to pivot into cybersecurity afterwards. Why am I watching a bird in an RE channel? Sorry, that's just something we put on when during our breaks. Okay, so let's see. Byte by byte comparisons in sim difficult part. Over here. More birds. So this is what we're looking at here. So the direct byte comparisons are these ones. Okay, so we're moving on to part 3. So in this part we are comparing a double of whatever input, a double of whatever bytes we send to the program. So what we need to do is send bytes that are half of what is indicated. Okay, I mean, if you want to redeem the same stuff, you need to wait at least 90 seconds, like a minute and a half, because there's a cooldown. Okay, but before, let's see, so part 1 is byte comparisons. 30 FPS, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, thank you. So part 1 is byte comparisons, part 2 is more byte comparisons, and part 3 is thank you very much for redeeming the Stellar Jace SOS Master, thank you. 30 FPS says, have you ever done a tutorial on Radara 2 Ghidra Ida Pro and how to use the tools? I mean, I do talk about like I do talk a lot about Radara 2 because I use a lot of Radara 2 for binary exploitation and reverse engineering, but no like specific tutorial on how to use it in particular. I'd say that if you want to learn it, you might want to take a look at some of my other walkthroughs and just take notes on that. As far as Ghidra is concerned, I do want to get a lot better at using Ghidra. I don't consider myself very good at doing that, using that tool. So part 3 is adding bytes, or doubling bytes, comparing doubled bytes. So in this part, we're comparing a double of whatever bytes we send to the program. So what we need to do is we need to send bytes that are half of what is indicated. Okay, and that is located over here. Just like this. Okay, 666 says, what is it? Thanks in advance. The only message I see is thanks in advance. Nope, I'm not too sure what 666 is talking about. Okay, so this is the section of the code that we're talking about, where the bytes are added to each other. Part 4 is bit shift. Byte by byte comparison, bit shifted. Congratulations. Okay, so where do you suggest learning x86 and ARM assembly? ARM assembly, I'm not sure. But, oh, you know what? I think I might have a resource for ARM assembly. So x86 assembly I'm more familiar with. So let's see, where are my programming resources? So I'd say if you're looking for ARM assembly, there is a section on ARM assembly over at Exorcism. So Exorcism is a pretty good website for testing your coding skills. There you can find ARM assembly there, but for x86 assembly, there's ASM Tutor, which is pretty good. I mean, Flimsy, I'd change my mind. You might want to change your mind on programming if you want to get deep into cybersecurity. Because most of the time, there's a glass ceiling on what you can do in cybersecurity if you don't know like a sufficient amount of coding. You can get by on just running tools, but eventually you're gonna hit a ceiling on what you can achieve. You might want to take a look at some of the links over here too. Somebody says, I like sitting in Burp Suite for hours until I find vulnerabilities. I mean, you could use Burp Suite to define vulnerabilities, they've got, I mean, Burp Suite has an automated scanner, but the thing is that you don't want to rely on stuff like automated scanners to do cybersecurity stuff. We're getting pretty close, right? Okay, so byte by byte comparison, bit shifted. So the bytes we need to send in this section are all bit shifted to the left, which means multiplied. To get the correct bytes to send, we need to bit shift the expected values to the right, which is divided. So first of all, we'll provide the ASM code. Yeah, anarchist is correct. It depends on the area. There are certain parts of cybersecurity that rely a lot less on programming, but there are certainly other parts of cybersecurity that rely a lot more on programming. So I'd say that people who are doing programming heavy cyber roles, that's like malware analyst or like malware developer. This is very heavy into programming, as well as like malware analysts, malware developers, maldev, and these are the heaviest programming cybersecurity roles. C. Johnson, a family. Okay. Let's continue. So bit shifted values. Let's go get those. Okay, so along with this code, we can also, this Python script will get the correct values and print them out. Python, thank you very much. Flimsy for following on Twitch, thank you. And welcome to the team. So where's that script? Bit shift left. Okay, and that's the next part is part 5. Part 5 is XOR byte by byte XOR comparisons. Geez, guys, you've got you sure have a nice array of emotes. Thank you. So in this part, we are doing an XOR operation, byte by byte. To get the expected values. This was such this was such a hard challenge. But I guess they're only going to get harder from here, huh?
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Have a great day, and hope everybody can go to hack. Alright, so this Python script will do the XOR operation on 7 of the 8 bytes. Where's my script? Let me refine the script a little bit more, because it's a bit messy. So plain bytes, we want to create like a plain string. The plain string is going to be nothing. And then we'll print out the plain string at the end. So for I in plain bytes, plain string dot join. Was it plain string plus equals I? Is that going to work? Please don't get me banned, guys. Plain string equals plus equals I. And then we print out the plain string. Okay, so this gets the first 7. 2, 4, 6, 7. 6, 7. Okay, and then so there's one byte missing. If we run the code, or run the code until this point, and look in the RDX register, we see that the final value is F. Okay, part 6. So this is the last part. Just the closing squiggly bracket, curly brace. Just the closing curly brace. Just like the title says. Done. Okay, I mean, we're not talking about the government in this case. We're just talking about the companies that we're using to do our live streaming. It's more of like a Twitch thing and a YouTube thing than like a government thing. Tech overlords. I mean, anytime you use somebody else's services, you have to play by their rules. That's kind of how it goes. Okay, everybody. So we need to get going, but before we do so, let's see if there's any cool people who are streaming on InfoSec streams. I don't see anybody. Oh, BlazeBits is on. You know, that's weird. It's weird that his stream doesn't show up here. So BlazeBits is a pen tester who does streaming stuff. Yeah, he is on. Okay, let's check out what he's doing. And the other thing that I can do is I can talk about what else we're doing this week. So this is the Wednesday stream. We also have a Friday stream planned. We're going to be doing more reverse engineering, more and more reverse engineering. We're also going to be doing a web app hack over at HackSmarter. And it's going to be a refreshing change of pace. So back to some stuff that we're more familiar with. That's going to be on Friday. News and Q&A, is that what they're doing? Okay, let's start the raid. Alright everybody, when you arrive at BlazeBits' channel over there, please give this message. OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog. Just like this. Okay. These ads go on forever, geez. But once again, thank you very much for coming to today's stream. If you want to get into cyber, follow this link, get into cyber, and that leads to our Reddit. Remember, we've got a Reddit, we've got a Discord, and please say hello to our good friend BlazeBits if you're writing in from Twitch. Alright everybody, HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you on Friday.